Welcome everybody. ¿Qué hay el conteo? Welcome everybody. Paul, the floor is yours. You can start.
Well, thank you, Leonardo. I'm Paul Schreier, the Chief Statistician of the OECD, and I'd like to welcome you all to another really interesting session in this excellent conference. We've seen over the past couple of days that SDMX is really coming along as a lingua franca for the exchange of data and metadata, but it's also clear that SDMX is increasingly a strong enabler for interconnecting platform processes and applications, including popular software that a lot of us are using and open source languages that are increasingly being used. So this session is really about this topic of interconnecting platforms, processes, and applications. It deals with topics that will show us how SDMX creates value with existing tools and processes, but also how SDMX helps connecting elements of our data ecosystem. We have 5 presentations lined up. They will come in 2 parts. The first part will have 3 presentations. The first one by Stratos, who will talk about international cooperation on open source SDMX tool. Then we'll have my colleague David and Ruth, who will talk about integration of SDMX and Power BI. And thirdly, in this first session, we'll have Hugh from the ABS, who will talk about SDMX and geospatial analysis. Another very exciting topic. Then we'll make room for a little Q&A. Hopefully there'll be enough time for that. Having a little break and then move into part 2, where we have 2 more presentations, one by Olaf and one by Eve, and both deal with using of open source languages, R and Python, in conjunction with SDMX. So you see a very homogeneous and interesting program lined up for this session by my colleagues. I will and have already asked the panelists to stick to their 15 minutes time limit. I will give them a 2-minute warning as we go along, and you are of course invited to ask questions during the Q&A session and on the chat, as we've been doing over the past days already. And without any further ado, I turn to Stratos, whom many of you have already seen in the course of this event. Stratos is from the BIS. He has been working on SDMX-related projects quite extensively for a decade, basically, and has also been an active contributor to the development of XDMX 3.0. So over to you, Stratos, for your presentation on international collaboration.
Thanks a lot, Paul. So welcome, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on your time zone. So today I will actually go one step back to what Paul was saying about interconnecting systems with SDMX. And actually what I'm trying to present here is the effort of an international collaboration between organizations in order to enable actually systems to interconnect. And by enabling, for enabling this, you need, of course, tools that are SDMX aware. So just to give you an introduction here. So we all know SDMX is great. That's why we're all here in this meeting. But there are a few buts there. So SDMX is great, but I need also software to support it. This is really important to enable your infrastructure to become SDMX capable. Usually you already have an IT environment in place, which in most cases, it would not be involving SDMX. And we all know that it's not, let's say, easy to develop new SDMX software from scratch. And also, even if you have your SDMX software, it's not always easy to keep up to date with supporting new versions. So now we have just announced the 3.0 version of SDMX. This means that you would need to update your software to become up to date with the latest new features. Also, we have also noticed that in the market, so in the statistics area, let's say, not all software components are 100% compatible with other components. So this, of course, this is not like it was 10 years ago. So we have evolved, and I think that the APIs have helped a lot, but still software in the market or in the community, in the SDMX community, are not 100% compatible at the moment. And of course, in most cases, when you implement something, you do not target fully supporting SDMX because it's not that you need all of the features in your environment. So this is quite typical. So one organization might be more interested in reference metadata, another in data, another in parts of the structure. So this is also quite common. And when it comes to the SDMX software currently in place, we don't see many options in commercial software in place yet. So this is how things are now. And actually, we have also noticed that software is not always compatible, as we said, with other options in the market. And mostly sponsor organizations or other organizations that are taking the first steps or even using SDMX for a while maintain their own tools. So this is the most commonly way to go. And there are only few SDMX open source and free tools available. We've seen a few during this conference, but I think we are awaiting a few more in the near future. So what can we do about that? The idea is that the open source and community model seemed a good way to go forward for developing tools for accessible to all. So open sourcing is a one way of enforcing the software part of SDMX. And actually, three sponsor organizations, so the BIS, Eurostat, and the OECD, currently agreed to share experiences in software. So what does this mean? At this moment, we're assessing how to develop jointly some SDMX, especially 3.0 tools, because we all have some 2.1, maybe 2.0 tools. We were assessing also how to fund some already existing SDMX 3.0 software, or at least to fund new tools to become available to the community, and also to provide SDMX software tools as open source. So this is now in the phase of assessing how to do it. And this is what I'm trying to present today. So how did we do, and what are the steps we are taking? So there are four main steps. The first was to take stock of available software. So what do we have from each of the organizations? The second was to specify actually our needs. So as I already said, most of the organizations do not use 100% of SDMX. So all of us, the three organizations try to identify their needs in order to set the requirements for what we are going to develop and to fund. Also, we are assessing how to set up public source code repositories to share software, and we'll see more details about this in a while. And then establish a long-term strategy, because one thing is to collaborate on developing software. The other, and quite important, is to support users using the software. This is often neglected. So when you have some software, you also need support, you also need maintenance. There are other things that the end users need in order to use the software. It's not as if they take it and they just use it. And also to connect communities and try to mutualize the capacity building effort. So this means that we need to find a way to share the capacity building effort and to try to spread the SDMX usage and also the SDMX tools across the community. So when it comes to the available software, just a rough idea. So this is not an exhaustive list. The BIS we have already presented our FMR. So we have also some modules there that would be interesting for anyone wanting to work with SDMX. Eurostat already has their own registry, the SDMX-RI, which is, I think, quite popular and quite extensively used, and the SDMX converter as an example. And the OECD has the .stat suite, a quite extensive set of tools, including the Core Data Explorer and Data Lifecycle Manager, and has already set a community for sharing these tools. Then what we did was we tried to classify the software by feature, by SDMX version that they support, and by modularity, so if they are modular or not. So we have broken down these by the different features within the SDMX. So what kind of structures they support, what data actions they support, if they update the retrieval, browsing, updating, and so on. Of course, supporting the different versions, 2.1 and 3.0, which is the main objective now of this collaboration. And finally, how these components are modular, can be used in any software system, or they provide an API that can be reused by other components. And of course, this table is not to exactly show you what we've done. It's only a small part to indicate what I was telling right now. So you see some components here, support for SDMX version, if they're modular or not, and so on. And you'll see we'll have a feature, we'll have a description explaining what this feature is, because we also need to understand exactly and to be aligned on our assessment here. And of course, as I told you, this table is only a part of the table, which is quite extensive with the tools we already have. Then we had to identify also our needs, because each organization has its own needs, okay? And also this is related to what part of 3.0 is going to be implemented. Maybe they can take ownership of supporting the different, of developing the different features that they are most interested for. So we have some modules, so some parts already supported by their tools within the organization, but there are others that are required by the processes and are not yet there, or there are features that are already under development. So as an example, the FMR supports some of the structural metadata, well, most of the structural metadata needs that we have as a BIS, and maybe other organizations also have. Now, what are the next steps? First of all, we need to identify target architectures based on these common reusable software components. We need to see what APIs we need, how they will interconnect. So these also will come from the requirements of the different organizations. Then we need to set up more open source source code repositories. For example, OECD already has one for the .suite platform. So this is, you can follow this link. You will get to the SICC community repo. So the idea is that we need to publish more software components on this. And this is what are the immediate next steps for us. And of course, we would also like to increase access by mirroring content across the repository. So you would be going to the OECD and finding also software mirrored from the BIS, for example, and vice versa. So this way you could expand the audience from the, let's say, clients of the different organizations, accessing also software from other organizations, even if they are not directly related to them. And one of the important next steps, as I have already highlighted, is the first level support. So how we can establish a first level support for all the tools that we disseminate and we offer as open source. I think this is quite important. And finally, we need to agree on the parts of 3.0 that would be developed or funded by each organization, and also prioritize them. So see which will go first, which is more important, and depending also on our needs for now. Yes, and that concludes my presentation. And feel free to post your questions on the Q&A field so we can follow up on the Q&A session. Thank you.
Many thanks, Stratos, for a concise and very informative presentation. I think the point that you make is really important, namely, we're not only talking about code or software development to make this data system ecosystem happen. We need really a business model, we need processes, and we need collaboration and co-investment, and that's half of the success here. And indeed, this conference is a way of stimulating that thinking as we go forward. Now, let me turn to David and Ruth, who will come in on our second presentation. So David is a Smart Data Practices Manager here at the OECD. He's been involved in the SDMX modeling for quite some time and has been really instrumental in taking this work forward. He is joined by Ruth Pozuelo Martinez, who is the Managing Director and owner of Kurbal AB, that is a consultant, BI consultant company based in Sweden. Ruth is actually an engineer by training, but I see a lot of Power BI specialist knowledge coming through. She also has a YouTube channel if you want to know more about her activities. So David and Ruth will tell us more about the linkages between SDMX and Power BI, which, as we know, is now a standard part of MS Office or popular software, and of course that enhances the usage of SDMX. So over to you, David and Ruth, please.
Okay, thank you, Paul, for that that introduction. Can I just check? Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for giving the opportunity to make this this presentation on a Power BI connector. So SDMX is almost 20 years old now as an initiative, and in the community, we've always been trying to boost the popularity of it, to make it easy and to have it integrated with other tools. And as Stratos said, you know, in the private sector tools, there hasn't been much penetration there, but maybe right now we've made a little bit of progress with such a connector. So a better way to to make progress with this than to actually have integration with some of the most popular tools from Microsoft in their kind of analytics and part of their Office suite. So just a very brief introduction to Power BI. So what is it? It's Microsoft's perhaps main data visualization tool. This is how they're positioning it now. It allows for very easy building of interactive, rich reports, but not only the building of them, but to be able to publish them very easily and to have the data automatically refreshed. That can be done on web and mobile, not just on the desktop. The basic version is free for installation and use, but there are many more features available, in enterprise versions, such as analytics, data flows, more scalability and storage. So what we've seen is that statisticians are increasingly using it, probably because it's so easy and powerful to build visualizations such as the one shown on the screen. I don't think it's one of ours, but it's just an example of what can be done where all these different panels are kind of linked and interactive. So coming to SDMX, well, we're constantly asked for a visualization tool for SDMX data. I mean, we've seen this diagram quite a lot, where we have a database with either data natively in SDMX, or it's not in SDMX, but we have some kind of way of getting it out and exposing it as SDMX. But then it's raw data, and that's very nice for machine-to-machine exchange. But then we have a user saying, well, actually, I want to see a nice chart. I mean, we have all this kind of standard data, which is great, but I really want to build a nice chart and to be able to publish it. So yeah, I just thought I'd show on the GSBPM, where this is the part of the statistical lifecycle that we're talking about here, the dissemination, where we're producing dissemination products and managing the release of them with Power BI. It's not only the building of them, but it's actually publishing them and doing these kind of scheduled updates as well, which is integrated. So our goal in this initiative was to basically make it easy to create reports for SDMX data. Well, why do we want to do this? Because it leads to faster dissemination of statistics, and faster analysis available for policymakers. So we decided to create an SDMX connector for Power BI, linking the SDMX world and the Power BI world. And it will work with any standard SDMX REST web service, as long as it supports SDMX CSV. Okay, I mean, it came from the Statistical Information System collaboration community, where .stat suite is, but it will work for any SDMX REST web service. The NSI web service has SDMX CSV, so if you're using that, but you're using an old version that doesn't have it, then you should upgrade it if you want to use Power BI for the data. And the .stat suite, well, it already uses the latest NSI web service. Why SDMX CSV? It's because it's really great for dissemination. It has just about the necessary metadata to do something like this. It's really light and it's easy to process. Okay, and yeah, you can see just a small example here. So again, our goal was to make this connector, this new tool, very easy to use. All you need is a data query URL and some simple parameters, and also to make it open source and part of the SysCC community. Why part of the SysCC community? Well, so that it has the necessary support going forward, and it's open source as well, so it can be forked, improved, and fed back into the repo. So with that, I'll hand over to Ruth for the demo. Yeah, please, Ruth. I think I've got to stop sharing.
So I'm going to share. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you, David. So my job now is to make sure that, let's demonstrate how the experience will be using the connector for a data consumer. So I'm going to do the experience end-to-end from the API all the way to schedule and refresh. So we can show you that all the things that David said are actually correct. So here I am at the .stat Data Explorer, and we're basically going to get some data. I'm going to search for SDG, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. And we're going to get data around them. So when you search, you will get different search results. We're just going to pick the first one, which gives you the overall development goals result. Click on it. And then you will have here on the left-hand side the possibility to filter the results. So you can filter by sex, age, indicators, all kinds of stuff. When you decided how the data you want looks like, you will go here to the developer API. And the only thing that you have to do is to copy this URL, right? Copy that code. And then we go to Power BI to get that data in. So I already have Power BI desktop opened. to get the data in, you go to Get Data, More, and then you search for the SDMX connector. So you just write SDMX, it will show up here. Click on it, connect, and then the only thing that you need is to copy the URL that we, to paste the URL that we copied before. And the connector is very simple. You have 3 choices: show codes and labels, code or labels. I will pick both so you can see what they are. And then you have the option to pick the language. If you don't write anything, it will default to whatever the service provider has. So it could be English, French, but if you want to have it, for example, in English, you will write English EN in here, right? I'm not going to choose anything because it's not mandatory. And what it's doing now is just going to the API and grabbing the data. It just takes a few seconds. It gives us a preview, and then you can click on Transform Data in case you want to do additional transformations. One of the things that the connector does not do yet is to pick field types. So you will have to change them yourself. So I'm going to change this as a number. And to get the data into Power BI, close and apply, and then all the data will load. And in Power BI, you will have now the possibility to visualize data. We do not have time to do any super powerful visualization. So I am going to create a simple table. And then we're going to get this simple table and publish it to Power BI service to the cloud. So anybody can access it. So we're going to just do a very simple visual. We're going to grab the indicator, and then we're going to grab the observed value for those indicators as a table. And I'm going to publish it to the cloud. First, you need to save it. You get a copy on your machine, and then it will tell you where in PowerBI.com you want to save it. You pick a workspace or place to put it in, and then it will just move this visualization up to the cloud. You click here, OpenSDG, and it will tell you to the Power BI cloud experience. So here is, as you can see, the same report online. And to schedule refresh it, you go back to the workspace, you search for that specific report, you go to settings, and then here it will take just a few seconds to set everything up, but sooner rather than later, you'll see that this is turning on. It will take just a few seconds. There you have it on. And then it will say, okay, this will refresh daily at UTC 01. So click apply. You can get notified if there is any failure. And then you can just go back to your workspace again, search for it. And then here you have it. You will see that it's been a scheduled refresh. So it just refreshed. And next refresh will be at this time, right? And then here you have the report for anybody to see if they have a link and a license, depending on the model that you're using for Power BI. So hopefully these will show you what the connector does and how easy it is to get data. So back at you, David. I will stop sharing.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ruth. So I come back to my PowerPoint. So hopefully you can all see that. So just a couple of minutes left.
2 minutes left, huh? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just got my eye on the time. So thanks a lot, Ruth, for that very brief demonstration, but still it was going end to end, you know, building a report and then publishing it. Okay. So that's great. So we have the connector and we built it and it works. But the next really big step, and this was perhaps the thing that perhaps took the most time, was to get the connector certified by Microsoft. So why is this such a big deal? Well, this means that Microsoft will actually include it in Power BI by default for everyone in the world. Okay, so they've agreed to certify, which means it has to go through their code quality reviews and a lot of documentation and preparation and things. And thanks a lot, Ruth, for helping me with all that. So this connector will be available in the October release of Power BI for everyone. You won't have to install anything to use it. It will just appear in Get Data in Power BI as long as you upgrade to the October release, as Ruth showed in the Get Data. So it'll be available everywhere for Power BI desktop and service. So I think this is my last slide. So what's next for the connector? Well, of course, there's the release coming, but just perhaps a draft wish list we could think about, but this is no promises. We could support other formats such as SDMX JSON. It just depends if there's a real call for it. Of course, there are the changes in SDMX CSV from SDMX 3. And also we could envisage some post-processing perhaps. Ruth already said about the data types for some fields, but also perhaps putting some concepts onto Axes to make it even quicker to get a default chart. And finally, if you want to install and use the connector today and not wait for the October release, you can go to this link and the installation instructions are there. You can install it and you can use it today, just as Ruth showed you. So with that, it's the end of my presentation. I'd like to say thank you to Ruth, especially for helping with all this and actually do the development. You can see our links there and the links to SysCC as well. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you both, David and Ruth, for a very interesting presentation and really a little sort of a breakthrough development that this connection represents. We will now move on to the next presentation. I also see that there are a number of questions in the Q&A chat. Some of them are being answered. Don't hesitate to come in. We will have a little bit of time after the third presentation here to respond to some of these questions. So talking about the third presentation, I'm turning to Hugh Stelig from the ABS, who will talk about leveraging the .stat suite in conjunction with geospatial analysis. Now, Hugh has been working in the customer experience and communication branch at the ABS, and he has also quite some experience already with SDMX and the .stat platform. Indeed, the ABS is one of our key partners in the community around .stat and its development. So over to you, Hugh, for your presentation.
Thank you, Paul. My name is Hugh Stelig, and the Australian Bureau of Statistics has been a long-term supporter of SDMX, as you said, and the .stat suite. And a big part of the reason for this investment from us is around the opportunities with SDMX and APIs. And we saw that in the last presentation, and that is what I'll be talking about today as well, the opportunity to use SDMX to really empower the marketplace and to encourage people to draw in our data to other software platforms and add value to it. So our presentation is a great example of what we mean when we say empower the marketplace. I'm going to talk about the collaboration between the ABS and the software development company Esri, using SDMX to solve a problem that the ABS had, but also to deliver value to the whole community. So the problem really started around some of the geospatial mapping that the ABS does. So we produce interactive maps for a number of our publications, and this is an example of what they look like, this one for building approvals data. But there's a problem that the tool that we use to produce this map, which is developed by Esri, the tool isn't secure enough to preload sensitive data. So we're not able to actually load data and even start preparing it for release in this mapping tool until it's already been published to the ABS website. And on top of that, it's quite a manual process to actually produce these maps every month. It takes around 2 to 3 days from when the data is first published to when the map is actually available on the ABS website for our customers to use. And we know that the data is at its most valuable when it's first been published. That's when the website has the traffic, that's when news articles are written and so on. So we want to have this visualization there at that time. And at the moment as well, we know it's quite difficult for our customers if they want to do their own geospatial analysis as well. So they would need to download our data and separately download geography boundaries and then run their own process to manually link those two, which is pretty time consuming and complicated. So we had an opportunity to solve these problems. Now the ABS already publishes timely detailed data through our SDMX API, which is powered by the .stat suite. So we want to maximize the value of this service, and we want to really encourage third-party organizations to integrate with it. And the ABS and Esri, as I mentioned, already have a relationship, an existing relationship. So we reached out to Esri about a collaboration to automatically draw data from the SDMX API into Esri's geospatial platform. And Esri saw the advantage of connecting with the API, not just to work with the ABS, but also the potential for integrating with the broader community as well. So we met with Esri. We identified a staged approach to this work to test the concept and then expand over time. And we also involved the OECD and the Pacific community early in these discussions. It was really important to us that this was a community-focused project from the start. We wanted to develop a solution that worked not just for the ABS, but also for everyone in the SDMX community, and something that would benefit that whole community. And the community also really helped convince Esri to do this work, that ability to integrate with a whole range of organizations through one project. So Esri Incorporated made a development team available, and Esri Australia facilitated the collaboration. And we took an iterative approach to the development, so getting feedback and improving over time. The outcome of the work was significant progress delivered really quickly, which was great to see. First proved that the connection between the SDMX API and Esri was possible, and then to build in additional functionality. And the resources from Esri really helped to progress this work quickly. The work, as I said, will benefit the ABS, and it will also benefit Esri. It obviously increases the value of their software, but it also benefits the community. So a real win-win. And we think it will move us significantly further towards allowing our customers to do their own analysis as well. So I'll take you through a little bit of what we've delivered and how this prototype works. So this is a screenshot of ArcGIS Pro desktop software developed by Esri, and we have the SDMX plugin installed. At the moment, this is code that's hosted on GitHub, but there's potential for it to be more integrated with the platform, which I'll talk about in a moment. Once it's installed, you can see an SDMX tab on the taskbar at the top of the screen. That tab launches an SDMX Explorer, and this gives you the opportunity to select your provider. So I mentioned that this was a community-focused project, and you can see there providers or data available from a range of providers already. So the Australian Bureau of Statistics, the Pacific Community, Unicef, the IMF, UN Statistics Division, among others, and any organization that has an REST SDMX API available will be able to integrate with this platform, very much the same as we saw with Power BI in the previous presentation. So you select your provider, you choose your SDMX agency, and then you can select from all available data flows. And we're looking here at some of the data available from the Pacific community, such as Sustainable Development Goals. Once you've chosen your data set, you then have the option to do some further filtering on your data. So you can choose a start period or end period, select the members from the dimensions that you wish to view. You also, at this point, need to select your geospatial boundaries. So it's important that that's selected separately at the moment, and it's important to select the same boundaries that are used in your data flow, the same geography. And we're visualizing here data for Australian Statistical Area 2, which is sort of around suburb level boundaries. And there are some opportunities for further improvements around this part of the tool to make selecting, filtering data a bit more intuitive, and selecting your geography as well. And then finally, you have the opportunity to visualize your data. So you can view your data as a table in this platform as well. But the real kind of innovation here is viewing it as a map. So you can create a layer and that allows you to visualize this data on the map in the GIS platform. And at this point, you have the full range of geospatial analysis tools available in ArcGIS. So it's obviously a very powerful software tool. It allows you to do quite a lot of detailed analysis. In these screenshots, we're looking at a bit of a choropleth map for population density of the city of Melbourne, but there's a huge range of options around how you can analyze the data in this tool. You can also draw in data from additional sources, either from other SDMX data sets or from completely other sources, or load in your own CSV and conduct some detailed analysis there, or find insights in the data. And then, of course, you can publish out the maps as interactive maps or static maps that could go to websites or out there with your data. So once this tool is in production, the ABS will be able to use it to really improve that process of producing our interactive maps. We hope to significantly reduce that delay from a few days down to, hopefully not much time at all. You'll be able to draw in the latest data to this platform as soon as it's published, automatically refresh when you make a new call to the API, and then automatically publish those maps out to our website as well eventually. And of course, we want any customers out there who use this software to be able to draw in our data as well and conduct that analysis themselves if they want to. So where to from here? Well, what I've shown today is the prototype. And as I said, the code is in GitHub. There's a URL on the next slide, or if you search for SDMX, the number 2 and ArcGIS, so SDMX to ArcGIS on GitHub, you should find it. But the next step, as I mentioned, there's a few further improvements we want to do, a few bug fixes as well, and that we want to get to the point of having a Python library that can be incorporated into ArcGIS Pro and Notebook software. But the future really is really exciting. We want to achieve the same result really that we saw in the previous presentation around Power BI. We want to achieve that, and we plan to achieve that with Esri as well, to have this be an officially supported plugin across all ArcGIS software, available to anyone who uses this software. It's obviously Esri and ArcGIS are industry standard, so we think there's a real opportunity to make this available very widely to users of that software. So the ongoing commitment from Esri to support this work really demonstrates the value of SDMX as a platform for providing and consuming statistics. SDMX is the obvious candidate, we think, for market players such as Esri to integrate with because of the community that already exists. And software companies, I think, can really see the value proposition of integrating with these data sources. And this value only increases over time as more SDMX APIs are launched and more organizations look to come into this ecosystem. So I hope the presentation has been a bit of an exemplar of how that collaboration with or between statistical organizations and software partners can work for the benefit of the whole community. And I'd like to conclude by encouraging you to think about opportunities where you can engage with software partners in a similar way to increase the value of the SDMX ecosystem. Thank you, and back to you, Paul. Cheers.
Well, many thanks, Hugh, and thanks to all presenters to have been so disciplined with their time. This is excellent because we are dot on to move into some direct Q&A from here, from this illustration really that you gave us of another use case that is has a lot of potential to be leveraged in the community and to create benefits for all of us who can reuse this, because it is not only single custom built for the ABS, but usable more broadly. As I said, we have a few minutes to discuss now. What I'd like to do is, and I see there are a number of questions on the chat already. What I'd like to do is pick out a few for each of the presenters. Some of the questions directly responded because they are of a more technical nature. But I would still like to start out with one question to which Stratos provided an answer already in the chat, but I think it's of broader interest. And maybe you could just say a few words again, Stratos, on this question about how about large NSOs who have already been investing in their specific software, as we've seen in a number of presentations. And I mean, what can be done to reduce duplicative efforts across the world, so to say, with a view to sharing experiences here? And I think this is a thought that is worth direct intervention. So why don't you give us your views here, and then we move on to David and to Hugh for some more responses.
Yes, thanks, Paul. So indeed, for now, this exercise will be limited to the sponsor organizations, because we also need to test the governance issues, practical issues, and aspects of sharing software and collaborating in that context. But the long-term idea is that using these repositories, we would be able to get more contributors from the community. It's not something that it would be limited to the organization software tools. So the idea is that in the long term, we would welcome software from other organizations, but also contribution to existing tools. And then I can say that the prioritization of the improvements would now become would be, let's say, limited to the organizing parties, let's say. But I see that in the long-term future, we'll see that communities around specific tools would be able to establish a system of governance and a system of prioritizing the requirements and developing the tools. And just to conclude, I think the good thing with collaboration is that when you really want a tool, then you can also contribute to that and implement it, and also contribute to the rest of the parties within this collaboration. I think this is the interesting part. Thank you.
Thank you, Stratos. I think that was a very useful addition. Now, I'd like to pick up two questions here that were directed at David and Ruth. The first one from Abdullah about the updates to the structure and how they are handled in the conjunction with your work. And then there was also a question by Nilani on the Power BI connector. So David or Ruth, I don't know how you want to share responding to those two questions.
Okay, so thank you, Paul. I guess I respond to Abdullah, and then Ruth, if you could come in on the question from Nilani, on the HTTPS question. So first of all, to Abdullah, so how are updates to the structures handled? Well, I think that if the versioning is respected in SDMX, which is the idea, if somebody changes a code list or a data flow, then the version number should change anyway. And because everything through the connector hangs off the query, the REST query, well, the version number is in that. So which should mean that, if you're using the same query, then the structure shouldn't have changed because the version number is there. If something does change in the structure, then it's effectively a different query. So your automatic refreshes should still continue because you don't change that. So and then I can see a follow-up question: can Power BI use latest version? Okay, I can't see why not. So then, okay, there may be some differences in your query. It's not something that we've tested. It will make a very good test case. Okay, so thanks a lot for the question. If I could ask Ruth to answer on the HTTPS question, please.
Yes. So the connector supports both secure and non-secured. So if you're getting an error, it might be that the URL was not built correctly, perhaps. But on that note, I'm planning to do some demos as soon as the connector gets released and certified in Power BI, which will be in October. So we will be able to test everything and you'll see how everything works. So maybe you can just drop me an email and we can figure out what the issue could be. But it supports both, so you shouldn't get an error.
Very good, thank you, Ruth. There have been a number of further questions. I don't think we can go in the live version into the issue about software rights in the US and Cuba here, but that's of course an interesting aspect of the discussion. There were a couple of questions for Hugh as well. Some of them he may be able to answer in writing, and I see he's already busily doing so. Maybe you can say a few words in response to Jonathan's question, namely what you see as the biggest value of the data production or dissemination chain that the connector to ArcGIS has brought, because that again is something that's of a more general nature. So why don't you pick that one here?
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. So I think it's important to say we haven't really realized the value yet, but what I see is the biggest value will be around, if we can reduce the time and the effort to produce these kind of interactive visualizations, then it gives us the opportunity to do more of that. We have limited teams, limited budgets, but if you can have a situation where you set up a map once and then it's automatically populated with the latest data every month or every quarter, that gives you the opportunity to produce more of that sort of visualization, and that will be a really great outcome. And yeah, biggest challenge in the project, I think the challenges come around when you're integrating two sort of separate pieces of software. The version changes between the two, and you know, making sure that you have a stable plugin that is going to be supported and have, you know, have that long lifespan does create some challenges, and there's still a few things for us to work through there. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, you. I think that there are two more questions actually that you may want to pick up. One is by Maria Teresia, who says that the products, the Esri products, are not for free. I mean, you have to pay, and how does this play out with the usage with SDMX? And the other question is a more general one, but again, links back to SDMX 3.0 and how the geospatial feature of SDMX 3.0 helped your project, and you know, what will this bring moving forward?
Yeah, so a few things to pull out there. So the ABS, we currently work with the .stat suite and the NSI web services, which are SDMX 2.1. So we haven't really delved into SDMX 3 yet and looked at the potential there. But broadly, the ABS is really keen to move more towards not just, you know, integration with Esri, but actually to providing geospatially enabled data via API. So hopefully that's the, you know, longer term strategy of where we want to get to, and that will address I suppose the fact that Esri is a paid tool. You know, ideally we want to make you know, not be locked into only one tool, but make that that geospatially enabled data available to anyone and any tool. And so I think SDMX 3 and the geospatial approach there will be something we'll absolutely have to look at.
I just saw Eric, who indicated that he would want to provide some extra information on this question live. So Eric, would you like to come in?
No, sorry, Paul. I was just registering that the answer is being answered. The question is being answered.
Very good. All right, let's see. There was one last point again for Hugh, how the ArcGIS plugin would solve the data pre-release issue that you mentioned earlier as a challenge.
Yeah, so it doesn't solve that issue directly, but so the API and the SDMX or rather .stat suite is secure enough to hold sensitive data. So we're working towards being able to publish data in our API at the same time that it's published to the website. And once we achieve that, we'll be able to draw the data from the API directly into an interactive map, you know, at that release time. So that's probably still a little way away, but that's how we, you know, ultimately will solve that problem.
Very well. Okay, I think that takes us to the end of part one of our session, and I suggest we have a very short break, like 7 minutes, and reconvene at 5 past the hour is foreseen in our program, with the next presentations to complete our session. So I see you in a few minutes. Well, it is 5 past.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Leonardo, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, I am only giving the welcome to Olaf. And the floor is yours, Paul. Go ahead.
Very good, Leonardo. Many thanks. We'll continue with a very dynamic session, and I will now turn to Olaf Den Bosch, who will tell us about validation in R using metadata from SDMX registries. Now, Olaf is R&D project manager in Statistics Netherlands, and he has been working on data intense and international standardization projects quite extensively, has been a member of various international working groups, task forces, and standardization committees. And I should just add that the CBS in general is a really great international partner in the world of statistics, but also in this space. So we are very happy to have you, Olaf, and over to you for this next presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Let me share and make sure you can see it. Is it?
Yes.
Yes.
All good. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, and also for the opportunity to give this presentation at the global conference. It's good to be here. It would be much better if it was physically and talking with all the colleagues with the new things in SDMX3, but this is how it goes. I want to tell you something about a project that we did at Statistics Netherlands about doing validation in the R programming language toolset using metadata from the SDMX registries. I did this together with my colleague Mark van der Loo, and it's part of a project on validation, a grant financed by Eurostat. So the contents of this talk are a few different subjects. First of all, I want to tell you something about a part of history in international data validation. There have been some previous projects, and we learned a lot of things there. And I want to mention them because they are important. Then I turned into SDMX registries. What are they, and what are our experiences, and what can we do with it? Tell a little bit about data cleaning in the R toolset. And then, and that's the essence of this presentation, connecting the two worlds, the R validation world with SDMX. Okay, to start with. So international data validation, what is this? As you all probably know, that if there's something wrong in a statistic, then that's not very nice. Then you have to correct, and you go back and recalculate, and it might be have big consequences. If we send from one organization data to another organization, and it is invalid data, then it may lead to costly retransmissions. And this is also called data ping pong. And for a number of years already, we work on improving the quality and the efficiency, and this is in this interagency data validation process in the official statistics. The way we do that is that the statisticians from international organizations and national organizations, or even regional organizations, work together defining the international validation rules. And if they are defined, then the data producer as well as the data consumer, they validate their data against the same rules. So this is in an international scale, but of course the same processes might happen in a statistical office or a statistical organization itself. A bit of history. There have been a number of international projects with a number of countries. The SNET Validated Foundation in 2015 with a number of countries, and the successor Validated Integration with a number of statistical offices and Eurostat working together. And there are a lot of results there. If you want to know about it, follow the URL. But I want to name at least 3 important ones. And the first one is a handbook on validation. And this is because in data validation in statistics, there's a lot of methodology involved. In this book, it was written down from a methodological viewpoint. And for instance, a very clear definition of what data validation actually means. And also some thinking about the levels of validation, about being in one statistic or a correlation with other domains or over agencies, the complexity of validation rules, all kinds of that things. There's a whole theory behind. And the second result I want to mention is that we formulated at some point a few 6 very important validation principles. And the first, and to my view, most important one is that if you do validation in statistics, then do it as soon as possible. And the principle is the sooner the better. What it means is that if we agree on validation rules internationally, then as, let's say, a statistical office, we want not only to apply these rules only when we send data to an international organization, but also within our office, within the statistical processes, and actually as soon as possible in these statistical processes. And that means something. A third one is the main types of rules. I'll come back to that in the sheet thereafter. There were 2 other projects, and actually that's the result. This is the result of one of the projects. We call them Validat VOS, and that stands for validation with free and open source software. And these were the projects executed in our office. So about the main types of rules, which is also an important result, I think, was actually the work from Vincent Toinet at Eurostat, who carefully looked into validation process to identify the 21 most important validation rules for all statistical domains. And here's a list of 18 or something like that. And you see, to execute them, there's a lot of metadata involved. You have to know what codes are valid. You have to know if a field is mandatory or not. You have to know what aggregation rules apply to your data for the values for aggregates to be consistent with the details. So in the previous project, we implemented these rules, generic rules that were identified in the R package mentioned in this repo. In this project, we wanted to go one step further because the metadata involved is actually agreed upon and fixed in DSDs, SDMX DSDs or registries. So can we easily use internationally agreed metadata for data validation? Then we have to look in the registries. And that's a very essential cornerstone in the SDMX and the ESS infrastructure, I would say. This is a picture of the front page of the Global Registry. And the Global Registry, for those that don't know it, is the top level metadata registry for international agreed metadata. There's a lot of information in it. And if you don't know it, I would suggest have a look at it because it says something about what has been done already for many years. And it's not about the structure, it's about the content, the metadata content that it's there. But that's not the only one. We have another one, and that's the Eurostat or the Euro SDMX registry. It looks totally different, but behind there's the same SDMX information model. And what's even better, there's one way to query them in the same way on the next slide. These are not the only 2 registries. There are more. And two others that I could find at least is the IMF registry and the Unicef registry. And they look very alike the SDMX global registry because they use the same software. But the content is clearly different. And it's about the content, what we're talking here. So there are lots of SDMX versioned artifacts, I would say. So the internationally agreed metadata, or the metadata that an organization publishes for data producers in these registries, which is interesting for data validation. And there might be other registries or registries within organizations. And what we were looking for was a generic way to use all these registry metadata for data validation, whatever registry. So just one more picture of the global registry, but the essence is more like this. So for the 4 registries and the others, if they support the SDMX REST API, we can use that to query this metadata automatically. We have fresh metadata. And to be honest, I've seen a lot of cases where we send DSDs in organizations, and that would be a better way of validating your data. So, some experience. There's no list of SDMX endpoints. Yeah, we've talked about this earlier in the conference. Some REST behavior differs, but the good thing is there's one way to just access them, and we used our SDMX. We also had some thoughts. Does the statistician actually know where the content is in which registry? Is there overlap among the registries? Are they consistent? Well, this we didn't go into that, but that's just thought that came out of the research. So turning to data cleaning, there's a lot of data cleaning software in R, and those that want to dive in can read this book from our colleagues. The most important that we use here is Validate, which is used in Statistics Netherlands and also in other offices. And it's used to check data based on validation rules. This is a very quick example of how it works. There are rules, like age rules, a relation between working hours, age, and marriage, being married, and whether there is no duplicates in the ID column. And below you see a bit of data. This can be read in R, confronted with the data, the rules with the data. Then you get summary statistics on the validation process, graphically results, and you can see them in a dashboard with the data and the results together, just to give you an idea about the R software. So this R software implements a lot of validation rule already, from simple type checks, missingness, to multivariate checks and balance equalities. And there's a cookbook if you want to know more about it, which is all explained. So now it comes together. We wanted to connect the two worlds, data validation as we use it in statistical processes, to use the data and generate rules from any code list, from any registry, internally or externally. We did this, implemented it in Validate package. It caches the result within a session because the metadata doesn't change that often. There are some convenience functions. Because we think in the registry infrastructure, the global registry and the Eurostat registry, at least for us, are the most important. So we created some convenient functions to access them. But in the end, it's generic and it can be used on any registry. And this is an example of a statement where you can hopefully see that, at least in R, then the idea is that we hide all the complexity. It queries the registry for you, and it gives you the code list for the instance in this way. So here it's checked that the activity variable is in the global code list. That means the code list in the global registry. maintained by the agency Eurostat, and the resource ID is the activity code list, and this is automatically the latest one. You can also add a version number if you want to check it against a specific version. And we wrote a new chapter on this in the cookbook, and if you want to read it, then you can follow this URL.
2 minutes, Olaf.
Yes, okay, I will manage that. So on top of that, we were able to add one more high-level function, and this is the slide explaining it. So this, I don't want to bother you too much with our code, but this is simply stating read my data, then create a validator based on a DSD found in the Eurostat registry for the STS statistics, and confront it with my data. It's what we can offer to our statisticians, a few rules to do a lot. And then it generates the validation rules. And the key thing is that we then can easily integrate it in our existing statistical processes, because this software is already used in our office. And then we have validation, the sooner, the better, let's say. So I come up to my conclusions. So this is actually maybe a bit of difficult story, I don't know. I try to keep it as simple as possible, but there's a lot going on in international data validation. There's a handbook, there are principles, there are main types of rules, and the R world has a rich data cleaning ecosystem already. And we use it. We use it and we improve it, and everybody can use it. It's open source software. And these validation software cover a lot of the validation needs in international data validation already. And the registries are very important in getting this metadata for validation. So the connection of this toolkit with the registries is important. And we made the first step for that. We can go on with it. We want to go on with it. This also depends on, let's say, kind of architecture of registries that we as an international community are going to maintain and already have. And with the advent of SDMX 3, that will also be the next step, I think. So thank you very much.
Great, many thanks, Olaf, for a really interesting presentation. Of course, data validation is something that is very high on the agenda here at the OECD, but also in other international organizations and nationally. And it's just great to see how these things are brought together with an SDMX hat on it, and how things can be combined. This is really, really interesting. Let's move on now to the last of our presentations today. That will be by Yves Jacques, who will talk to us about SDMX and Python to automate the multilingual print and digital publication. So here we are on the dissemination side of things. Yves is a software engineer and product manager. He has been working in a number of assignments. Most recently, 3 years ago, he joined Unicef and is leading a team that deploys open data tools, standards, and services in support of UNICEF's Global Indicators program, which play, of course, an important role in analytically and policy debates. So over to you, Yves, for your presentation.
Thank you, Paul. Let me just share my presentation. Let's see. Haven't used Zoom in a while, and I did, in fact, delete 2 people's questions. I apologize for that. Okay.
There we are, very good.
Great. So publication automation using SDMX and Python to automate multilingual print and digital publication. So State of the World's Children, it's a UNICEF flagship publication. We've actually been producing it for 40 years. You can see a variety of themes are handled in every issue. It started out as a fairly simple and brief report. The original one in 1983 was actually only 20 pages in length. That was in 81, sorry. Third report, it would actually already ballooned from a modest 20 pages to over 140 pages. However, initially it was very text heavy and only had 5 pages worth of indicators at the back of this 140-page document. But like many things, subject to inflationary pressure, here's a list of the increase of the data annex over the years. So starting out at 12 pages in 84, you can see by 2000, we're at 38 pages. About 10 years later, we're looking at 56 pages. And with the 2020 edition, which is the one that's actually been prepared for here in 2021, up to 86 pages of data tables and data description out of the overall publication. So it only does one thing, which is go in one direction and have more and more pages. At the same time, it's become more localized. So it now embraces 4 languages. So here, looking at the process in 2020, we saw, okay, we've got 86 pages worth of data that's by 4 languages equals lots of tables. So it's turned into a crushing amount of work for our analysts. We've got 7 different sectoral teams within Unicef. You can see we embrace things such as child protection, WASH, nutrition, education, etc. Each of these teams are domain specific. They're somewhat siloed, as you might expect, which has been part of the work we've been doing in the last few years around modernizing statistics at Unicef, is to break down those silos and get data in the same place. And we have more and more cross-cutting kind of thematic issues that involve multiple teams, which also then actually increases the complexity of producing these cross-cutting tables. Coordination, also pretty complex for the state of the world's children data. We have analysts producing data. We have editors doing some kind of copy sort of content, quality assurance processes, of course. We've got translators for the various languages. We've got designers who take the data tables and put them into publication formats such as InDesign. And finally, it actually gets sent off to the printers as it's also a hard copy publication, not purely digital. So really running around through all these steps to make sure that we're not introducing various kinds of errors as we move to different steps has turned out to be increasingly complex task of coordination. So we thought to ourselves within the data management team, well, we've got a data warehouse. The data warehouse is multilingual and it has a clever SDMX API. And on top of that, we have a data science platform that we use pretty extensively called Databricks. Some of you are probably familiar with it. We can execute Scala, Python, R, and SQL on that platform. It connects to a number of our other systems. We can conveniently execute Python scripts on it, which is probably our preferred language for getting ETL work done. And we can push outputs from our SDMX warehouse, however, whenever, wherever we like. So on paper, we said, wow, we can do this. We have all the pieces in place to automate this really cumbersome process of producing these hundreds of pages in various languages of data tables. But as Alexander Pope famously said about 300 years ago, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. And this is what our component diagram initially looked like as we started putting the pieces in place to get this done. And I don't really have enough time to go through all the pieces, but you can see it ends up being fairly extensive set of components that need to talk to each other to actually produce these. So on the one side, we've got data being pushed into our indicator data warehouse, which is an SDMX registry. We have a translation manager where we can manage labels in different languages. We've got specialized metadata for state of the world's children. We have the Databricks environment where we want to kind of wham all this together. We need to publish tables to SharePoint, where then our designers can actually put them into Adobe products. So when we kind of looked at all the pieces, well, we held our breath and we decided we thought we could still do it. I'm happy to say, yeah, so ouch, this is going to be tough. But here's where we ended up after kind of running through the processes and doing some demos. Most of our assumptions about how we could do it turned out to be roughly correct, but there were some changes. For example, the metadata turned out to be so specific for a lot of the state of the world's children data that it really didn't make sense to handle it within the warehouse. We discovered that the translators weren't really very fond of using the translation manager. And it seems in this life, you can never escape Excel. They actually asked us to put the translatable metadata into Excel tables. So we essentially threw the translation manager out the window and used Excel tables for our translation. So that was another assumption that ended up being different. And that also extended to multilingual codes and labels, which we ended up having to handle within Excel tables for a variety of reasons. A lot of these tables have stacked columns or stacked rows with fragments of labels in them that don't really correspond to the normal labels that we have for indicators. So we had to kind of rework a few things, mostly all around handling labels. But otherwise, our assumptions turned out to be correct. Here's the timeline. We started in May. Data kept on arriving. Metadata kept on arriving. A lot of review rounds. By August, we were looking pretty solid, but kept having to have revision cycles with analysts, with translators, et cetera. Finally, here, as we're speaking here today, we're actually done. It's production ready. It's going to the printers in several different languages, and the release will happen in October, as it typically does. Here's just a brief year one effort estimation. We determined that a Python developer probably spent 2 solid months of scripting. Data management side, about 2 weeks. Technical product manager, about 3 weeks. Our assumption is that in Y2, it should be about 1/3 of this effort, and particularly much less effort for our analysts, who have been probably the ones who have asked the most to try and automate some of our reporting processes. So what are our year 2 plans? There's a few things we'd like to do that we didn't do this year. We'd like to explore using the Adobe data merge function. Adobe products actually do have some interesting ways to poke data straight into designed layouts. And that was originally our hope. The designers themselves were actually against that this year, but we're hoping to give that a try way ahead of time so that hopefully we could bypass this process of pushing into these complex Excel tables that then get imported into Adobe products. We'd like to just push the data straight into Adobe. We think we can handle, we can improve the way the label management happens, since, as I noted, we ended up not being able to use a translation manager. We think we can do that better. We'd like to enhance the QA check automation. I think that dovetails nicely with the previous presentation from Olav. And of course, we'd like to refactor code, as one always needs to do. We definitely ended up with some tech debt along the way. Lessons learned, our planning was definitely not granular enough. In particular, we had a lot of late breaking changes to both data and metadata that in some ways our systems were able to handle because we could just, with a push of a button, regenerate tables. But we really didn't realize how many kind of review rounds we would require with our analysts, with translators, with copy editors, with designers. And so that was definitely a lesson learned. And probably the biggest lesson learned is that change management, as many of us we know, is really difficult. We were getting 7 different sectoral teams to synchronize around a single publication for the first time ever. And getting those teams to actually get on the same page, particularly with cross-cutting tables. We have tables, for example, on adolescence, which include sectoral information from 4 different teams. Getting those teams to synchronize on how we build tables turned out to be more work than we had imagined. Conclusions, definitely insist on finalizing the data and metadata as early as possible. We have an ongoing challenge with late-breaking data and metadata that made it difficult. We think that we need to be more firm about that in the future. We didn't plan early on for the number of round trips of review, as I noted before. We found that translators like things simpler than we thought. Despite sophisticated translation managers like Trados and so on, many of our translators prefer to have something in an Excel table or a Word document. And definitely outputting to hard copy is a game changer. Once you have sent things off to the printers, you can't really update other than publishing a core agendum or some kind of errata. And so that is, I think, for us used to working in the digital world with endlessly pliable digital publications, going to hard copy is definitely a game changer. And that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Yves. Many thanks for this. As we all could see, there's a lot of value to be gained on the dissemination side, but it's not a matter of course at the same time. And it's great that you also outlined the lessons learned from this, because of course that's something for everyone else to take away in their own enterprises. Now, as before, we do have a little bit of time for questions and answers. And I saw already on the chat, we have several questions lined up. And I will turn back to Olaf, maybe to respond to the first two questions, one by Daniel, one by Jonathan, that relate to your work with the R compilation. So why don't you go ahead, Olaf, and respond to those two questions?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's interesting that both Jonathan and Daniel ask about VTL. I realized that the VTL was not on my slides, but in all the validation process, of course, it has been an ingredient. And there have been other offices already implementing VTL as far as I know. And that brings me also a bit to the theme in this session. The first was about open source and working together. So literally the question of Daniel, I think, is do we have plans to implement VTL? Well, that's a huge effort. VTL is quite a thing. It's if you look at the specification, there's a lot of operators. So also, if we don't have to do it and can reuse a generic component that someone else already wrote in whatever language, as if it's open source, then we would rather reuse that and build on that. And this is exactly the philosophy that we also used in the work that I presented, because the package RSDMX is not written by us, by Emmanuel Blondel, I think, maybe he's in the audience. And we were so happy that we could use it, and it worked on all the registries. If you use it, if you look at it, and I think that's the way that the open source community should work. So literally, the question is, well, if we don't have to, then please others do it. And the other question is, of the other answer is for VTL. As I told, the first principle is the sooner the better. You do the validation, the sooner the better. And that means for us that we want to integrate the validation. If a certain rule can be checked earlier in the process, then we want to check it there. And that means that we want to integrate it with our existing processes, and lots of them are in R. And if we would add an VTL interpreter in the processes, that would create something in the office. So that would be a bigger change. So this would be easier. Hope that answers a bit. But I don't know about the future.
Thank you, Olaf. Let me turn to Yves now. There are at least three questions in the Q&A chat box. Well, the first one is really a comment by Abdullah on computer-aided translation of SDMX structural and reference metadata. where they found strong savings. I should add actually that at the OECD, there has been a project ongoing on using the OECD statistical glossary and its translation in a systematic way, but more for the construction and for the presentation of documents. Okay, so there's a sort of a link to the Word application so that authors use and can use directly the translation that comes out of the glossary. And our translation division has been very interested in this and pursuing it. And they are happy to actually come up with the translations in the first place, so that they're used consistently throughout the house. Maybe this is another thing to follow up also on that end. Let me but there are two questions also, mainly of a change management nature to Yves. How did you go about this highly complex project? What was the estimated cost? And importantly, how did you get management to go along that avenue? Yves.
Thank you. Those are all great questions. I think you're right. A number of them are really around measurement of effort and so on, and how do you sell things like the possibility of greater efficiency or higher quality and so on. And I think this has been what our team have been selling at Unicef for about 3 years now. Is I've put a strong focus on the ilities. That when we're looking at change here, we want to focus on things like exchangeability and comparability and validatability and all the ilities, the quality attributes as opposed to exact functionalities, and so things like efficiency and so on kind of fall into that area. And that's, I think, been a reasonably effective way forwards of convincing people of why these are good directions to move in. I always fall back on quality attributes when I'm trying to sell things. And so that was probably the primary way that we got management buy-in. What we had to be very careful about was to say, look, this year you're probably not going to see much or any improvement in efficiency, because we're putting the machine together. It's going to feel like just as much work, maybe even more, who knows, but you will see the changes next year. And I think that was largely true. I don't think that there was a great reduction in effort this year. It was probably roughly similar to previous years. But what people did see is we were actually able to handle late-breaking changes much more quickly. For example, we got several entire sets of indicator data from the nutrition team about 10 days ago, which we were able to just quickly throw into the warehouse, regenerate the tables, and rebuild the InDesign files rapidly in a way that was not possible previously. So I think there was already, people were seeing some of the advantages of a more automated approach. I think definitely next year will be the real proof of the pudding. And the questions around how do you measure this, we definitely have been tracking our effort all along. So we'll definitely be able to measure, what are the differences compared this year to next year. Comparing with previous years was a bit challenging because not only did we change the way the tables were built, we changed the way they were validated, and we changed the way that things were translated. So with such an extreme set of changes, very difficult to measure with previous years. However, I would say that I think even this year, the translation effort was lessened by the approaches that we had put in place, in that for many of the tables that hadn't changed, we had the previous year's translations, we had them stored in code lists. We were able to easily generate those. The translators worked off of those, and there was already some reduction in translation effort, as Abdullah has noted in his questions. So the last thing I guess I would just mention is what Daniel is saying around getting management buy-in for SDMX in general. I agree that can be really kind of tough. We've tended to abstract away a lot of the challenges in that we have a point person who is, our warehouse administrator. And most of the analysts have worked over time to understand how to build a CSV file. And all they really have to do is pass that off to us, and we manage the problems of uploading them. We come back to them if there are validation problems. So to some extent, I would say we've gotten the buy-in by abstracting away some of the complexity of SDMX from our stakeholders.
Thank you, Yves. One last point, maybe. I mean, can you say a little bit more about how you see how SDMX has been sort of instrumental in moving the agenda forward?
With respect to Unicef?
Yes, with respect to your project in Unicef and the publication.
Well, yes, definitely. In that, the nice thing is, well, it's this change management challenge has been ongoing for a few years. We first went live with our SDMX warehouse almost exactly 2 years ago, October, and since then, I think a number of our main stakeholders, who are the analysts who produce indicator data, have seen a number of advantages in that they put the data into the warehouse, and we publish not only to data.unicef.org, it also publishes to childmortality.org, Countdown 2030. We push data sets to the Humanitarian Data Exchange. The list keeps increasing, of this publish the data once and push it to many channels. And that's, I think, been probably the most instrumental thing in getting people to see the value. But alongside that, I would put comparability as being very high. And that's, again, one of the advantages of SDMX is this idea of reusability of code lists and data structures and so on. That's this kind of a information management or data management component of SDMX that I think is really important to making data play nice with other data. And our analysts have also seen those advantages, so that now users can do things like take vaccination data and compare it with education data, things that were more or less impossible without extensive data wrangling in the background, that are now much easier to do. So I think SDMX is starting to be seen as, people are starting to see the information management, data management aspects, and how it's improving exchangeability, comparability, the validatability that Olav was presenting. All these kind of quality attributes are, well, for me, what SDMX was designed to address. And I think the more that we can put the point on those kind of quality attribute improvements, the more that we get buy-in.
Thank you. I think that's a great way of concluding our sessions. And I must say, I mean, I've been following the evolution of SDMX from something that is just conceived as a little exchange mechanism of data between international organizations to a tool that is truly becoming a data management and a cooperation tool, really, for all sorts of actors. And I think that session has confirmed the promises and the applications that SDMX bears, and in particular concerning connections. I mean, we've seen in these 5 presentations how SDMX helps connecting technically, but also institutionally and organizationally going forward towards something that is becoming a real ecosystem. And we see new actors coming in. I mean, the fact that we are connecting now to private sector software vendors like Microsoft is not something I think that we would have talked about several years ago. The issue of connecting into open source software that people increasingly use is significant and really important in this idea of connecting and building an ecosystem. But probably the single most important message coming out also of these 5 presentations, but of many other sessions as well, is that if we want to get the most out of an ecosystem like this, we need to co-invest. We need to form a business model. We need to go forward with a sort of community model, community spirit. And that is not only on the platform or technical side, it's on the side of quality control, but it's also on the more qualitative side, like building skills together, training. I mean, all this is needed, and because we have so many things in common, there are massive economies of scale that we can leverage through working together in a community model. And really, the last thing I guess we want to observe is a duplication of efforts by similar actors. So I think this move towards doing things together, and we have here at the OECD certainly, but also with many other international organizations and national organizations, gathered some experience about the many advantages of bringing things together. Still, this needs to be accelerated, I think, and in a way, it should almost be our default position. We shouldn't ask sort of, should we cooperate, but the onus should be on those who want to say we don't cooperate or we don't co-invest. I mean, the default option should be, let's do things together. And certainly at the OECD, we will continue pushing in this direction wherever it is sensible and wherever it's useful. But I think there are many signs that this is indeed the case. Let me close this session, therefore, by thanking all of the presenters and those who were active in the question and answer sessions. And well, I look forward to many interesting conversations following out of this, and of course to continued work in this fascinating area. So many thanks to all, and I wish you an excellent rest of the day, morning, evening, wherever you are. Thank you very much.
Shanfu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this seventh session of the SDMX Global Conference, Building a Sustainable SDMX Roadmap. I'm sure over the past 3 days, we have been all going through nothing short of a whirlwind tour of learning about SDMX, including its brand new features, its wide-ranging uses by NSOs and other organizations, and its intersections with big data and other new technologies. Just in the session concluded a few minutes ago, we also heard how this SDMX ecosystem has formed and how we are also being able to connect with private sector vendors and the need for us to work together, strive for open source solutions and collaborate to ensure that we have the best applicability and also quality assurance. So in this session, our panelists will help us explore how to adopt a phased and incremental approach for a sustainable implementation of SDMX. I just want to quickly mention before we start the presentations, we will have a question and answer session after the presentation. So please feel free to put your questions in the chat so that we can try to get to them as many as possible. I will also kindly ask our presenters to please keep your presentation to a maximum of 15 minutes so that we can have some time for some interactions with the audience. So let's start with the first presentation, results from the 2021 SDMX survey to be given by David Barakloff from OECD. I will put the short bio of David in the chat, but let me quickly mention that David is the Smart Data Practice Manager at OECD, leading the SDMX modeling team, working on remodeling the OECD structural metadata. David is also chair of the SDMX Statistical Working Group, which maintains the content-oriented guidelines for the SDMX implementation and statistical modeling. So with that, David, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I'll share my screen. Hopefully this works fine. Could you tell me if you can see my presentation okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So here are the 2021 SDMX survey results. So we run this survey every global conference. So the purpose is to measure the acceptance level, challenges, and people's plans of using SDMX for official statistics, and capture some needs and priorities from the community. The population is the same as for the last few years. It's the agencies, central banks, international organizations, government agencies, and others. The survey was run between July and September of this year. Now, here's a point that the previous surveys had between 81 and 175 respondents, but this one only had 48 replies. So, this perhaps should be something to be taken into consideration when we look at the results. So the respondents by organization type, here we have 2017. Obviously, I'm not going to read all of the detail, but we can see the split. Perhaps this time we had more replies from international organizations. That may kind of show that there was kind of less responses from the actual agencies, but it was perhaps the sponsors who were making sure that they responded to the survey. So the regional distribution, yeah, but perhaps nothing much to say here, but this time we didn't have a response from Australasia. So, you know, that's just something to note there. And we had a more of a response from South America, perhaps because, you know, this is where the conference is being held. So on the positive side of the responders to the survey, we can see that there's an uptick in the responders who think that SDMX is extremely useful and useful as well. But on the other side, there's an uptick on the responders who thought that SDMX is not useful, which is a bit of a strange one. But you know, but against the response rate was low, so yeah, we'd have to have a look into the detail on that. So the attitudes towards SDMX or using SDMX, well, again, this is quite positive because we have, you know, over 70% of responders using it now or using it a lot now, heavy use. And also, you know, starting to use it now, perhaps this one. So things are looking very favorable compared to, you know, previous years. So here, this is quite a detailed table, of course. But something it shows is that the main use of SDMX per perhaps exchange framework is for national accounts and balance of payments, FDI and GFS, but also the IMF framework, at least, you know, the production uses. But it also shows that there's more and more use of SDMXML 2.1, which is, of course, the most recent version up to a few days ago. So this is good. There's been migration away from the older versions to the newer version. But we can also see some use of SDMX CSV and JSON in this table. So not much of VTL, but I'm sure that this is to come. So I can't see the top of my screen because of the toolbar, but so just go back. So yeah, the current use cases. So it's data dissemination and reporting, which is the main use case, which is not a surprise. But there's also a lot of usage for data collection and internal data metadata management. So, you know, I guess this corresponds to what Yves was saying, that there's certainly a lot of kind of wanting to use SDMX to get your metadata in order before you can actually start doing all of this exchange stuff, you know. So that's another positive thing. So the public service users, you know, what people want from SDMX is, yeah, okay, that's better. I can see the title now. Public service demands by purpose. So there's a lot of demand for validating data files. Also, you know, presenting data through an SDMX web service and visualizing data. Now we've seen a few presentations of you know, hooking up data visualizations to SDMX. So hopefully you know, what's coming online is going in the right direction of meeting these needs. Oh, so the benefits to implementation. There's a few kind of competing benefits in this table, and I've highlighted them in green. You know, there's the easing the reporting burden and enhancing data dissemination. both externally and internally. But we can see what I said in the previous slides, that improving the internal data and metadata organization, this is really coming through now. You know, people are realizing that SDMX is a very good tool for this. So some challenges to implementation. It seems as though the biggest ones here are, well, getting the, not so much top management, but getting, it's the subject matter people, getting their buy-in. You know, basically the business, and perhaps explaining the use cases to them. And also the lack of human resources for implementing SDMX. Yeah, I can't see exactly if there's something on the bottom because it's, yeah, I don't think so.
Challenges.
And then demand for global DSDs by domain. We can see that, you know, business statistics, I think that this was the most popular one last time as well. Population, housing and migration, and also regional statistics, you know, are very popular demands for global DSDs. So obviously this is something to address in the need for harmonized structural metadata and reporting frameworks, exchange frameworks. We're coming to the end. The use of the SDMX content-oriented guidelines, where we can see that the parts of the guidelines which actually contain usable structural metadata that can drive processes, they're the most popular. So the cross-domain code lists, the cross-domain concepts, and the glossary, I mean, these two are tied together anyway. They're the most popular, but also the data structure definitions guideline, which tells you how to model. So those are the most popular. I mean, one thing is that the modeling statistical domains in SDMX, it doesn't seem so popular, but perhaps this should be given more exposure, because it's really like the step-by-step guideline in how to model. And it contains a reference to the DSD guidelines anyway, so it'd be good to boost that a bit. The translations, I just highlighted the main ones that people thought could do with translations. It's the glossary and the cross-domain code lists and the concepts. Again, you know, these are things which contain the machine actionable metadata. So perhaps these are why you know, they're seen as the most useful. So some conclusions. I'm sorry that there's a lot of small text here, but I'll try to sum it up. So yeah, there's more and more perception that SDMX is very useful. Of course, we saw some that said it's not useful, so we should look into that. The most popular exchanges, well, they're listed here, but I already said them. More and more use of SDMX 2.1 and migration away from older versions. Yeah, so dissemination and reporting, it's still, that's what SDMX was designed for, and they're the most popular use cases. But now using SDMX for data management and metadata management, it's really coming through, and we're going beyond the exchange paradigm. As I said, there's several competing benefits now in SDMX. And the chief demands from SDMX services are validating data files, web services, and visualization. Yeah, some of these I already mentioned. So okay, just going down. Okay, and just finally, I'll say, well, so we have this continuing decline in respondents to the survey. So we should really reflect in the community on how to boost participation to the survey in future, you know, in order so we get these really useful indicators to see how to prioritize things in the future. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. It's wonderful that we have this regular stock taking on the demand for and application of or adoption of SDMX, and also the challenges that we need to continue to focus on addressing. And you did mention the decline of responses. I know there are already some questions in the Q&A window suggesting maybe whether the holiday period had any influence or not. But you can choose to answer there, or at the end we can have open discussion on that. All right, so thank you very much, David. Next up, we have Vilas Mandukar from the World Bank, whose presentation is about SDMX implementation in countries, a phased approach. Again, I'll put Vilas' short bio in the chat, but to introduce him quickly by saying that Vilas has worked at the World Bank's Development Data Group, one that I'm also working in, for 7 years on project management and advisory assignment. He has focused on statistical data acquisition, collection, processing, dissemination, as well as on the data systems that support these activities. So with that, Vilas, please come in.
Thank you, Haishan. Can everyone hear me? Let me share the screen. One second.
Did the share screen, the green button worked?
Yes, just
right in the middle, lower.
One second. Let me get my.
Great. I think that's the wrong one.
Can you see now?
No, we see an Amtrak ticket. So perhaps you need to.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. While you're finding your presentations, I don't know whether, David, you want to quickly address the issue of in the Q&A regarding whether the holiday period affected your response rate?
Yes, I can do that. So yeah. So the survey, well, I'm looking at the first question. Could the timing of the survey during holidays, it could explain why the replies were reduced? Well, the survey was sent to all more than 1,000 registered participants by email. It was actually launched in July, and we were still sending reminders about it. So. You know, perhaps we could, you know, address that differently in the future. As I said, you know, it's something that we'll have to reflect on, but we were sending constant reminders about it.
I can imagine. Yeah. Thank you. And now, Vilas, you have your presentation ready?
I'm not able to get this.
Don't worry. If you don't mind, shall we move to the next presentation first while you are working on managing this presentation? Okay, so we will, if you don't mind, our next presenters. Lucy, are you okay to present right now? Oh, you got it. Great.
Okay.
All right, you got it.
I got it. Okay. Thank you very much, Haishan, for your patience. I'll start now. I'm going to talk about this SDMX implementation in countries based on my recent experience. The content or agenda that I'm going to present is first of all, I'll talk about the business case for SDMX implementation. I'm particularly talking about small countries with limited budgets and resources. Then the second step is the assessment by the National Statistical Office of where they are, what they have in terms of for taking on this project. Then third is the scope of SDMX implementation, what all you want to achieve, what are the different components of SDMX that you want to, in this implementation that you want to put together. Fourth slide would be about phased approach, how you can do this in a phased manner, considering that you have limited time and resources. And so you can do this in smaller chunks of the implementation. Then a couple of slides on the SDMX artifacts that those who are uninitiated to SDMX, what are the things that they should know? What are the kinds of tools they can use to get started? And finally, lessons learned. Okay, sorry. So when you're implementing, first of all, SDMX implementation is a business project. And when the NSO or NSI, the way you, whatever you will call it, the National Statistical Office, it is to further their business. It should not be an IT project, because a lot of times SDMX impression is that it is highly IT oriented, so it is an IT project, but it is not. It should be considered as a business project, and the stakeholders for that should be the statisticians, economists, and the management. Of course, IT is also part of it, but ownership of this should be taken up by the statisticians and economists. And that is also from the David's presentation a few minutes ago. The statisticians and economists are not have been shown not to take so much of a stake in this SDMX. So that is what I want to emphasize, and that's what I advise also when I go to countries. Then third thing is they should have the business, the management should also look at it to see the return on this investment, because there is a investment in terms of the time and resources that they utilize, diverting their existing staff into implementing this. And there are also some savings that will accrue over the years. So they have to do an assessment of that. Now, what are the motivations or drivers for SDMX implementation? This main thing I think is to begin with, it is started based on compliance with international standards. Everyone, it's the globalized world. We want to share as much information and data with each other, and for that we need standards. And so compliance with standards is one of the motivation. Then the next one is the data quality. It helps improve your data quality as data gets more exposed and more used by other entities. It will show some improvements in the data quality. And the other thing, the important part is the metadata, improved metadata. A lot of these countries do not have good metadata, and this is an opportunity to improve their metadata, to put it together, because that is one of the requirements of SDMX, is to have good metadata. And as a byproduct of this is also an opportunity to modernize the systems. Most of these, many countries have, NSOs have siloed sort of operations of one topic, national accounts, prices, trade. So there is an opportunity to bring them together. And the other opportunity is the machine-to-machine communication that SDMX affords or allows you to do, through which you can then minimize the human intervention, the manual intervention in data transfer, data exchange. And that is one of the big pluses or motivators that I see here. Now, in assessment, the NSO has to do an assessment of where they are in terms of their data. First of all, data flow assessment in what kind of exchanges they are doing, international as well as local within the country, and what's the volume of this data that is being exchanged, number of indicators or that are being exchanged. Then the data volume is an assessment of based on the NSO's knowledge of which censuses or other data collection initiatives are coming, what is the data volume that is going to expand over the next 3 to 5 years? So that has to be taken into account when you're doing an assessment. Incoming data types, we can also include from the administrative data, the financial data that comes from within the country, from the different ministries and departments and agencies of government, how that data is coming in, what's the kind of data that is coming, what is it, whether it's transaction type data or there's indicators or what data is coming, and that has to be also assessed. Then another aspect that has to be assessed is the demand for official statistics. How much is the demand for these official statistics within the country or outside? And if the demand is high, then it makes a good case for SDMX implementation. So what kind of demand you have, that is to be assessed. Then the preparation for metadata. Since metadata is central to this SDMX, in my view, what is the level of metadata readiness that you have in your NSO? What other metadata that you have to collect for different data sets or put together? Then the data dissemination part, where you have to assess whether you want to do open data or restricted data, whichever levels of access you want to provide. That is, and how are you doing it right now, and who are your audiences? So that has to be assessed. And finally, another is the staffing resources. Before implementing such a project, do you have the leeway to release some of your staff for doing this project? What are the skill gaps that are there? Now, at this level, when you're planning it, you do not know exactly in detail what the skill gaps are, but generally you know what kind of IT skills you need, what kind of statistical skills you need, what kind of technical writing skills you need. Those are the kinds of things you can easily determine at this stage. Then the scope is where the main part of the project, where you determine what all you want to do and then divide it into chunks so that it can be done in phases. So what are the data types that you want to implement, use for this? Mainly it is time series, which the SDMX is very proficient at doing that. And that is what, that's the data type that is most commonly implemented. Microdata, this is, I have not heard of many SDMX implementations using microdata, but for that, the main data type that will be used perhaps is for time series. Then the next scope item is the data sets. Which data sets you want to include in this implementation at this stage, whether it is statistical indicators, external trade, BOP, balance of payments, financial data, national accounts, etc., etc. Then there can be regional indicators, statistical indicators you might want to include. All that has to be put into the scope of this. Then the data operations. Basically, there are three types of operations: data collection, data processing, which is the data transformation and aggregation, and data dissemination. So SDMX is most suited for data dissemination. So that's what we'll use. Then internal data exchange, data sets, indicators, external data exchange, and SDMX access, whether it should be push or pull. The push is the way you create a file and then you send it off as an email or through FTP, or pull is where you create the file and leave it on your website and give an alert to the recipient. And then the data discovery aspect of it, which we'll talk, whether you want to have a registry or not. The phased approach includes, I have suggested 3 phases. First is just the SDMX files you give to international organizations, because you're obliged to provide that information to entities like IMF, World Bank, UN, or Eurostat, and other regional organizations. So you use the DSDs, the data structure definitions, and the metadata structure definitions that these organizations have already prepared, and use the SDMX provided tools and start providing this data in SDMX. That's the phase 1. The phase 2 will be more within the country, within the intra-government integration of exchange. So all data that you receive from different ministries and departments and even your own regional offices of the NSO, you try to permeate or penetrate this SDMX and make it a standard way of exchanging data between departments. And for that, you'll have to develop some customized tools to suit your particular exchange. And the phase 3 is the full-fledged implementation, where depending on the demand for this, you create a data warehouse. You have APIs and registries for your data. You can share the global registry to make your data accessible. The metadata accessible, and so people can query your data, metadata, and find out what data you carry. So there's a common terminology. In the interest of time, we'll not go through this, but these are the attributes, dimensions, attributes, measures, code lists that anyone who's delving into this SDMX needs to understand in order to understand the specifications. Then these are some of the artifacts: the data structure definition, metadata structure definition, SDMX registry, web services, APIs. These are the things that any SDMX implementer would have to understand and know. Some of the tools that are there are the IMF SDMX XML converter, which we use for providing data to IMF. Then there is a DSD matrix generator from OECD, which is an excellent tool which countries are using for creating your own DSD. Then there's an SDMX converter from Eurostat, which also very easily allows you to convert any of your Excel files into an SDMX format file. And this reference data is another thing that when this gets started, they should first prepare the reference data, which is at the data set level. And Eurostat has a good standard that they've developed, which is called a simple integrated metadata structure. And this is just a sample of how it looks like, where metadata can be put together in multiple languages, and it can be then and finally, we come to the lessons learned. There are implementation barriers for smaller countries to, the SDMX has implementation barriers because there's a steep learning curve in SDMX. So that has to be minimized or lowered, or some separate arrangement has to be made for smaller countries or those who just want to get started. Then implementation guidelines should be phased so that there should be phased approach the way I have described. Something similar to that, there should be guidelines for countries who are just starting. Then case studies from countries which have implemented, that should be on the SDMX website for countries to understand and sort of imitate those in a way, if they agree with that. Then the documentation on tools needs improvement for people to understand. Unless you work with it, it's a difficult thing to understand without proper documentation. Then another thing for countries is the access to SDMX experts. SDMX is a very niche kind of specialty, and there are very few people available. So if there is a registry or some kind of the SDMX site of people who are willing to work fee or non-fee, at least we know them, and countries can access or contact them and get their advice. Simplify the SDMX specification, which runs into pages and pages. So if it can be simplified in terms of what is the basic essential needed, and then some other optional things, just like in Excel, we have so many features, but we use only some of them. So like that, something similar can be done of what are the essential things and then the optional ones, advanced features. Multilingual specification is very important because a lot of these countries, specification is all given in English, and countries do not understand, or they use Google Translator, and that doesn't work very well. So if they can have it at least in French, Spanish, Russian, that will cover a lot of geographical areas in the world. And then explain the benefits very clearly. What is the benefit to the country of implementing an SDMX. So that has to be clearly defined.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Willa. Yeah, thank you very much. I hope that we'll have some time to get back to some of the issues you have outlined. But thank you very much. Next, our last but not least presentation is from Lucy Gwilym from the UK National Office for National Statistics, and Nazira Karamileva from the National Statistical Committee of the Kyrgyz Republic. They will be talking about OpenSDG, strengthening SDG data flows through consuming and disseminating SDMX. I will put their short bios in the chat, and just to save time, I will invite them to get started right away. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you. And thank you for this opportunity to present today. So firstly, I'll just run through the running order. So I'm going to give a brief introduction to what OpenSDG is and also the XDMX input and output features it provides, and then cover the benefits and also our next steps. And then I'll pass on to Nazira, who's going to cover the Kyrgyzstan experience. So what is OpenSDG? So OpenSDG is a reusable platform which can be used to report and disseminate data for the Sustainable Development Goals indicators. It's open source and it only uses open source tools. It's completely free to use and can also be hosted using free services such as GitHub. There's currently over 30 implementations of OpenSDG being used for free by countries, regions, and cities across the world. It's a collaborative effort between the US government, the UK Office for National Statistics, and also the Center for Open Data Enterprise, which is a non-profit in the US. And also we now have a lot of others from the OpenSDG community contributing, whether that's sort of feature requests or testing out new features. It's fully customizable and users can take that as far as they want. There's some small customizations which can be made, or if they have a developer on the team, then it's a lot more customizable. It's multilingual, so it's already available in the 6 UN official languages, as well as others which have been added by the OpenSDG community for their own use. It's interoperable, so we try to support various input and output formats. And all of the development we do is user-centered, so we're making sure that we meet our users' needs in whatever functionality we provide. And finally, it's accessible, so making sure that it can be used by various devices and assistive technologies. Oops. This is just a quick example of what an indicator page looks like, so you can kind of see what I'm referring to on the next couple of slides. So this is the data part of an indicator page, and this is the metadata part of the indicator page. So firstly, I'll talk about the data functionality that we have on the OpenSDG platforms in regards to input and outputs. So there's 3 main ways a country can input XDMX data into their platform. So firstly, just through XDMX data files, whether that be XML or JSON, either by uploading these local files or by configuring the OpenSDG platform to query an XDMX API, including the SDG API, which we've got here, which is the second way a country can input XDMX. And then thirdly, countries can input XDMX by uploading a CSV file or another data input that we allow that complies with XDMX DSDs. This can be done either with or without a mapping. And then alongside each of these inputs, the country would also need to specify what DSD they want to use. So obviously, this would be some sort of SDG DSD, whether it's the global one or one that they've nationalized. And then the outputs for the data, we've got the dissemination on the platform, which we've seen on the previous slide, so in charts and tables, and then also in some cases maps. It's available in a standardized machine readable format in CSV and JSON, and then it's also available in the XDMX ML output. So on to the metadata, very similar to what we've just seen on the previous slide. So we've got the XDMX ML metadata input, the input from the SDG metadata API, and also which you may have viewed about in a previous presentation, is countries can also use the UNSD word metadata template, which is based on the SDG MSD as an input to OpenSDG for their metadata. And again, for the output, it's disseminated on the platform. Again, we've seen that on the previous slide. And then it's available in a machine readable format, so in JSON, and then also in the XDMX ML format. So what are the benefits of this? So firstly, as we've just seen from the previous two slides, there are a lot of outputs, inputs and outputs to choose from. So OpenSDG users can decide for themselves which one is most appropriate for them and their current data and metadata flow. So they avoiding a lot of duplication of work and reducing the burden of having to sort of make data and metadata available in one format for OpenSDG, but then having to do it in another format for XDMX. Sorry, my screen keeps cutting out for some reason. Users can also use mappings to allow for human readable terms to be shown on the platform while preserving the machine readable terms in the XDMX files, which can then be used for reporting. So if it goes on to somewhere beyond OpenSDG, it's still in the correct format. The translations can be pulled from a DSD. So this allows the country to disseminate data in multiple languages. And the final benefit I'm going to mention today is the fact that XDMX constraints can be applied to XDMX outputs, meaning that only data that complies with the standards is used for reporting, but a country can provide additional data on the platform for dissemination if they would like. So, for example, if a country is uploading data to OpenSDG, but then their output of OpenSDG is going to be going to the global SDG platform, only the data that would go through to the output would be the data that the global platform could accept, whereas on the OpenSDG platform, they could have additional data. Oops, sorry, missed the slide there. And what are our next steps? So firstly, we're going to be looking at how we can expand the handling of XDMX structural metadata to improve the quality of the data on the platforms. So for example, observation level attributes can be shown as the functionality is, but there's definitely room for improvement to make this more user friendly. So we're going to be carrying out some user research on the best way to display those. Secondly, we're hoping to explore with UNSD how XDMX data and metadata could automatically be pulled into the SDG lab and then in turn from an OpenSDG platform, removing the need for manual steps. And finally, we're going to explore how we can make use of the constraint definitions attached to the SDG XDMX data flow to streamline the constraint management that I mentioned on the previous slide and can simplify the process of ensuring that the data meets the global requirements. This will take place once the data flow which contains the constraints, is released by the SDG XDMX working group. So I'll pass on to Nazira now, who I mentioned at the beginning is going to cover the Kyrgyzstan experience.
Thanks, Lucy. Good morning, dear participants of today's forum. I would like to share Kyrgyzstan experience in using SDMX for SDG data. From 2018, Statistical Committee is using SDMX for exchanging and disseminating SDG indicators. So currently, Kyrgyzstan has two SDMX data flows for SDG. And first is national data flow, which use the national customized DSD and includes the full set of SDG data, and it's used to populate as an open SDG platform. Another one is global data flow, which uses the unmodified global SDG DSD and allows Kyrgyzstan's national SDG data to be transformed to the global platform and to be compared with the global SDG data set. So here I would like to emphasize that there are only 4 steps to there are only 4 steps to have a national data flow. First is prepare national prepare SDG DSD by using IDIOMA, a DSD constructor, or OECD SDMX matrix generator. So we use both. So for creating national DSD, first we use ILO tool. And for making some additional changes, we usually use OECD SDMX matrix generator because it's easy to use and it's simple Excel file. So a second step is prepare files with SDG data and mapping them. And it's good to have all your data in one format because it makes it easier the mapping process. And the next step is creating SDMX ML files from mapped Excel files by using Eurostat SDMX converter tool. And this tool is very good because it's allowed to validate data and prepare it for further publication. And so last steps is disseminating data in our Open SDG platform or also in SDG Global Data Platform. So I think the first and second steps requires more efforts and time, and the last 2 is more technical work, so which can be done easily. Next slide, please. So to have our SDMX, we of course have some support from UNSD, some workshops and seminars by using SDMX and to convert our files to SDMX, and of course is creating a national DSD. And thanks to UK team, SDG team, we had some also support workshops with using SDMX files and working with Open SDG platform as well. Also here I want to add that it's very important to have a very good team, which includes as data specialists and statistical specialists as well, because usually statistics knows very good classifications or the mapping and production process, so it can help you to work on mapping and to prepare data in general. So from technical aspects, the SDMX not requires many tools or something complicated. It's like computers, and of course you will need Microsoft Excel because SDMX matrix generator is Excel based, and you need to download some OECD constructor, but now it's also available online, and also you can
You of course you will need Eurostat's SDMX converter. Next slide, please. What I can add that the main challenge that SDMX is very complicated tool. Not complicated, it's more technical subject with a lot of different concepts and tools. And of course, DSD is complex and it has it's requires very disaggregated data. So DSD need to be customized for national use. And in general, to have your SDMX, you need to have as technical like in your team, you have need some technical expertise and of course statistics. In the first step, you will need more time for learning, but after that, when you will have your capacity, it will help you make easier your work in general, and all your next steps will be much more faster. So as a next step for Kyrgyzstan, we are planning to implement SDMX API. We still didn't decide it, but we considering that it's going to be .stat. Also, we are planning, we are already start to work with UK team on implementing SDMX for metadata. And of course, as another one of our priority is implementing SDMX for sectoral statistics, not only for SDG data. So next slide, please. Today, as I mentioned, we already have publishing our data. So, for example, in our national OpenSDG platform, we have 102 global SDMX data, data indicators in SDMX format, and 57 national. And also our data in published in SDG Data Lab. And we still continue to work on developing our platform, our data to make it more available for our users. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lucy and Areza. I can tell even your baby want to join the exciting discussion. Thank you. All right, we have just 6-7 minutes left, and I already see active participation by our audience and already questions posted in the Q&A window. I think what we'll do is that there's a question for Lucy and also a question for the can a single data set be accessed through specific URL, especially linked to other data sources? And another is the SDMX isolated from the inner workings. You can see from the question from the box. If Lucy and Nazira could have a minute to quickly respond to this, and I will invite Vilas to respond to some of the questions posed for him.
Shall I go first,
or David want to comment on anything? Okay, Lucy, you want to come in, or?
Yes, I can answer the question about the XDMX being isolated from the inner workings for the OpenSDG tool and just used for the input and output. So there's many inputs which can be used for OpenSDG, whether that's XDMX or not. So there's CSV, we've got a proof of concept with PXWeb. They're kind of interchangeable. I think XDMX 3.0 is quite far down the line for us. Obviously, first it would need to be implemented within the Sustainable Development Goals area, and then we'd sort of look at implementing that in OpenSDG.
Okay, great.
Hopefully
You can
that
also
answers.
type, fine. You can also type your answers in the box. Next, Vilas, I'll give you.
I will answer the questions, Hashan.
Yeah, you can be selective, and then I'll ask David if he would like to also comment on any of the questions. Yeah, please.
The microdata is not, I did not say that microdata can be used with SDMX. I was focusing only on time series. I don't know where microdata has been used where SDMX has been used for implementing microdata. So that was then the next one is about capacity building. I think, yes, if SDMX organization can provide webinars to remotely train these people, new countries who just want to get into SDMX implementation. There can also be some regional webinars where countries speaking the same language can also participate and do it together. Or you can, if there is some money available or grants, or then the expert can go over to that country and train them for a week or so. Those can be 3 ways I can think of right away of capacity building for these countries. Then customized tools. This is only in respect to extracting data using APIs, which they will have to write for extracting data from their systems, from the country system. So those are the customized tools that I was talking about. They could also be customization of existing tools. I firmly believe that reuse of the tools should be done, whatever SDMX is providing and other participants, but they can be customized to be used for the country's use, for their specific needs. These are the 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vilas. David, you'd like to comment on any of the questions posed?
Well, just to say that there was a question that I answered in writing, but it was someone asked if the trends could be analysed over the surveys. I think it's quite an interesting suggestion, and I'll raise it to the SDMX Secretariat because, looking for trends par rapport the SDMX roadmap as well, that could be quite useful. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a specific question regarding what's the difference between UNSD's SDG API and other SDMX APIs. I don't know whether any of you want to comment on that, or Nazira, if you're familiar with that. All right, but I'm sure we can follow up with UNSD or other experts to clarify that. There's a request to share your presentations, which we will do. I think, there's a question for Nazira. What challenges and benefits have you seen from using the SDG Global DSD for both international reporting and national dissemination? You'd like to quickly comment on that?
Yes. So for now, as I mentioned, we already start to publishing our data in global platform. So the work which the process of preparing data is start to be much more faster. So we don't spend too many time to prepare our data in SDMX format and just using prepared and mapped one and publish them. And another advantages is we can compare. So it's good option because we can see what the custodian agencies publish, what kind of data, and compare with the national one. I think it's good advantage because sometimes we really find a lot of differences, to be honest. So we are still on a process to compare and find the reasons why it's and in here the metadata is good things to understand. About challenges, I don't see any challenges because we use already prepared DSD. So only one thing that we need to map our data but if you already have some workshops and you have some skills, it also don't require many time. And when you are doing, of course, firstly, it's requires more time, but for second and third time, it's much more faster because you already use your existing
invested.
files.
Yeah. Thank you. That's wonderful. There's another question from Eric of OECD stating that many of the lessons learned relate to capacity building challenges. We won't open up the discussion here. I just want to encourage you all to stay on because our next session is on capacity building. So I hope that we can carry forward the discussions in the next session. So let me take this opportunity to thank our presenters for your fascinating presentation and your sharing your experiences, and also to our very active audience. Thank you all very much. See you at next global conference.
Now you have the floor.
Good afternoon, good morning. Hello to everybody out there. My name is Martina Hahn, and I'm very happy to greet you on behalf of Eduardo Barredo-Cablet, who is the chair of the sponsor committee and who was foreseen to chair this panel. Unfortunately, he is sick, so I'm very honored to step in and to guide you through the next hour with a distinguished panel to discuss SDMX capacity building. I'm responsible in Eurostat, the Statistical Office of the European Union, for data and metadata services and standards. And well, we have now a great hour in front of us, which kind of condenses together many of the developments we have seen over the past days and weeks. And also the training sessions which took place the week before. So we have heard and seen a lot about SDMX, its latest version 3.0, as well as manifold applications, developments, and prototyping around the standard. Let's now take a deep breath to pause for a minute from thinking about the future developments and focus this panel on actually the implementation of the standard as of today and on discussing training needs of organizations that aspire to implement SDMX. And then naturally how these needs can be addressed and supported by the whole SDMX community out there, and all the sponsors are also listening with big ears and happy to hear your voices. To this end, I would like to welcome around our virtual table, on the one hand side, representatives from national statistical agencies and from a central bank, who all have gained quite different experiences with SDMX. And then on the other hand, I gladly welcome two representatives from the regional UN economic commissions, who will share with us their perspective and also carefully listen jointly with the whole developers community out there on how to best support national implementation across and within the various regions. So how are we going to structure the next hour? The idea is that I will briefly introduce the panelists so that you know who is sharing their experience. And then we will, during the next hour, focus really on very concrete implementation experiences and discuss capacity building during 2 rounds of questions to which each panelist will have the opportunity to contribute with her and his own perspectives. To get started, I hope we are complete now. I see that many of the panelists are around. I have not yet had the chance to see the name of Jagoda. Are you there? Yes, yes, I can see you now. Hello. Okay, so let me introduce to you Jagoda Ljubljana-Raden from the Statistical Office of Serbia, and I'm sure I haven't pronounced it correctly, but I do my best to pronounce it correctly. And I also I'm also posing in parallel the names to the chat. If I find out how to address you all, let me see. Getting there. Well, okay. Voila. Okay. So welcome, Jagoda. She heads the group for service development and implementation of dissemination and IT standards in the office in the Statistical Office of the Republic of Serbia as a senior information system designer. Responsible for the office's dissemination database and reference metadata system, Jagoda develops these systems further within the whole country's statistical system and as a member of the respective European Union statistical working groups. And this is largely facilitated by her role as the national administrator for, guess what, SDMX, in charge for implementing SDMX in the whole national statistical system. Welcome, Jagoda. The next on my list is Lydia Gonzalez Vega from the National Statistical Institute of Costa Rica. Lydia, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Ah, here you are.
Hi.
Your name is a little bit
you?
hidden under Ponent. Okay, but
Yeah.
I'm very happy to see you. Welcome,
Thank
Lydia.
you.
And
Thank you.
to briefly introduce you, Lydia works for more than 20 years for the National Statistical and Census Institute of Costa Rica, in which she is currently involved in the coordination of the national statistical system regarding strategic planning and standard setting. She has also taught at the National University and the University of Costa Rica on research techniques and methods, as well as gender indicators. Welcome, Lydia. And then I come to the third representative of the national perspective, let's say, and I'm happy to welcome Skander Turki. Skander, are you there?
Yes, how are you?
Ah, hello, Skander. Good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Great to have you on board. And Skander is the head of international cooperation and communication of the Central Bank of Tunisia since April 19, responsible for setting up the communication department in line with the bank's new vision and strategic plan. Skander relies on his experience with sponsoring 2 strategic projects regarding the Innovation Lab and digital collaborative platforms. During his more than 20 years with the bank, Skander managed a series of international technical assistance programs and was the IMF's SDDS national coordinator since Tunisia's subscription to the standard in 2002. Welcome, Skander. It's great to have you on board.
Thank
so
you.
We now come to, let's say, the other part of the panel. As announced, we have 2 high-level representatives from the UN regional economic commissions, and I'm very happy to welcome Natalia Ignatova. Hello, Natalia.
Hello, Martina.
Hello. I'm just putting your name so that everybody can see
Thank
it.
you so much. We are not UN agency, but we hope one day maybe we will be. Thank you.
Yes. Let me briefly introduce you, Natalia. You are the Deputy Director of the Statistics Department of the Eurasian Economic Commission, and you're responsible for demographic and social statistics, SDG monitoring, and SDMX implementation at the Eurasian Economic Union region, which is vast. Prior to that, you worked for International Statistics Department at the Federal State Statistics Service of the Russian Federation, which included hands-on experience with SDMX. So we are really, you know, all over the world, but a very close community. This is lovely to see also in your CVs. And last but not least, I'm very happy to welcome Rolando Ocampo from the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean from ECLAC. Hi, Rolando.
Hi, how are you? Nice.
Very glad to see you. Encantada. Okay, so do I really need to introduce Rolando? I guess you all have met them in the one way or other. And may know that he leads since August 2019 the statistics division of ECLAC, and Before, he worked for more than 30 years in the Mexican National Institute of Statistics and Geography, and became its vice president in charge of the geographical and environmental information subsystem, and then of the economic information subsystem. So both very relevant to what we are doing today and here in the context of SDMX. Rolando also actively contributed to IOS and the World Statistics Conferences, and chaired and co-chaired the UN Committee on Geospatial Information Management at regional level for the Americas and also at global level. So welcome, Rolando. Okay, so with this panel, let's dive into capacity building discussion right away. And I'd like to open with a question for each of you to really tell us and share with us a little bit your experience in terms of how do you see the main opportunities and challenges for the implementation of SDMX in your specific area or organization. And to open the floor, I would like to give Natalia the floor from the Eurasian Economic Commission. Natalia, over to you, please.
Thank you, Martina. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, many thanks to the SDMX Global Conference Organizing Committee for the invitation to participate in the panel discussion on SDMX capacity building. Answering, Martina, your question, I would say that the main opportunity for the SDMX implementation in the Eurasian Economic Region is to reduce the burden on respondents. National statistical offices, national banks, ministries of finance, customs services, and many other our respondents constantly fill out hundreds of questionnaires for different international organizations, many of which, overlap. Moreover, these were our member states who inspired us to launch the implementation of SDMX. If we talk about the main opportunities for the Eurasian Economic Commission, we see SDMX as an effective tool for enhancing data dissemination to internal and external users. SDMX also allows us to improve metadata management, especially considering the possibilities that offers SDMX 3.0. This aspect is critically important for us. Last year, all our national statistical offices took part in the SDG pilot projects on data flows, and NSOs uploaded data to the SDG lab via SDMX. The presentation of Kyrgyzstan experience you could see at previous session. NSOs were so impressed with the results of the pilot, and I think that this pilot inspired our national statistical offices to rethink the benefits of SDMX usage. I agree, it was a great experience, but at the same time, we need to understand that all work was carried out by IGSDG working group, which gathered all the great SDMX experts, developed DSDs, met regularly, led consultations, assisted countries with the data downloading, and so on and so forth. We must confess it was a huge work of a big team, well organized, and therefore everything went smoothly and well. Therefore, we feel the responsibility on the SDMX implementation in the Eurasian Economic Region. We really want to get the ball rolling and try to organize the whole process properly from the very beginning, but it requires a lot of efforts, knowledge, and experience. We need to take into account that the Eurasian Economic Union also includes developing countries, which face such challenges as lack of human, financial, and training resources. And we highly appreciate all organizations sponsoring SDMX for constantly investing funds and improving IT tools, which are free available. All stakeholders actively use them, and this is really helpful. We consider the implementation of SDMX in our region as our mission. We believe that our case will serve as a trigger. As soon as our countries begin to transmit their data via SDMX to us, there is no turning back. They will definitely want to transmit data via SDMX to other international organizations. Consequently, the implementation of SDMX will benefit all stakeholders. So we will highly appreciate any international organizations which use SDMX for many years, have great experience of receiving data via SDMX, and share with us their knowledge, educational materials, even some tips how to implement SDMX effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalia, for your experience. I'd like to pass on right away to Skander, please. What is your viewpoint on opportunities and challenges?
Thank you, Martina. So, as you said, I'm not an expert in SDMX. I'm managing international technical assistance programs at the central bank since 20 years, and we're negotiating with technical partners. So maybe I can share our experience in designing technical assistance and capacity building. I'm also in charge of the coordination of the national commitment on SDDS with the IMF, so the special data dissemination standard. So for the Central Bank of Tunisia, as part of our first strategic plan 1922, covering 33 strategic projects, one project is named Go SDMX, which consists in modernizing the data dissemination platform through employing SDMX machine-to-machine technology for data dissemination. So to explain the objective of this project, let me remind that Tunisia subscribed to the SDDS, the IMF initiative since 2001, with the mixed performance. As the central bank is the SDDS country coordinator, we host and update the national summary data page, so drawing on internal data as well as input from the two other data producing agencies, namely the Ministry of Finance and the National Institute of Statistics. This national page is managed since 2002 using a Microsoft Access database that was set up at the time of SDTS membership of Tunisia. And it's set up with the internal capacities and is not used for any other central bank works. This process can lead to delays in the national page updates, those undermining our performance under our SDDS obligations. And for this reason, we decided to move to SDMX national page update and dissemination. So to respond to your question, Martina, let me say that for the opportunities for implementation SDMX related to data dissemination on this national page, first, moving to SDMX enabled national page will alleviate delays and underline the central bank's strong commitment to disseminate the SDDS. In fact, as the current national page is the product of manually updated database and therefore subject to delays and other human risks, the SDMX national page will point directly to the most current data. Second, an SDMX supported national page allows the dissemination of longer time series and makes monitoring of observance under the standards by the fund staff more efficient. Besides, SDMX enables an automated data flow between the national page and other users, including the IMF, and this is aligned with the main objective of our Go SDMX project. Now, concerning the challenges of SDMX implementation, I think I would like to say that the main challenge is that for the Central Bank of Tunisia, the main challenge today is the implementation of this project needs the involvement of two other institutions, the ENS, National Statistical Institute, and the Ministry of Finance. This is a difficulty for us. So the project couldn't succeed without an achievement of data categories migration relevant to three institutions. Also, This matter is the first challenge for the implementation of this project, given that the priorities, but also the maturity to switch databases and statistics platform to a new technology which differ from one institution to another. Another challenge that we faced to implement SDMX is the lack of resources and skills in the specific technology and the insufficient training and capacity building of data compilers at the central bank. I think that this is the same challenge for the ENS and the Minister of Finance. Of course, we are suffering, like many other developing and emerging countries, from a huge turnover of our staff, or what we call the brain drain of the qualified staff, especially in IT and statistics. This is why we requested for a technical assistance from the IMF to support us in the implementation of this Go SDMX project for our national page dissemination. And thanks to this support, we are now able to frame the project, identify the needs and different steps to achieve our goals. Maybe I can explain more this technical assistance with the IMF maybe during the next question. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you very much, Skanda. In my on my mental imagination of what's going on at your various places back home, I see many of you nodding, because I think this sounds like a very familiar experience, perhaps for many who are starting with an SDMX project. So thank you, Skanda, for sharing this so openly, and also for pointing to a solution already. That's very welcome. Jagoda, would you like to come in right away and perhaps balance this with the experience from Serbia? What were the challenges and opportunities that you could identify in your organization?
Thank you, Martina. Before I move to opportunities and challenges, I would like just to say that our implementation of SDMX in Statistical Office of Serbia, SORS, is based on 4 main pillars. First is source dissemination database, which we use for publishing data and data transmission. Then National Reference Metadata System, which is also developed in SORS. It is based on the standard SIMS 2.0, and it has integrated SDMX module for metadata exchange. We are exchanging metadata with Eurostat. Third is application for searching database, which is part of our website, where all data are stored in a dissemination database, are published and available for download in various formats, including SDMX, according to DSDs from our dissemination database. And fourth pillar is SDMX reference infrastructure, Eurostat set of tools for mapping data and preparation data for data transmission. So based on all that, of course, we had challenges to implement all that, and opportunities which we saw was first, Natalia already said, to reduce burden to our statisticians in preparing data for data transmission. It was really wasting of times to switch data from another format from one to another. We already had stored data in dissemination database, and we are using it for different purposes. And after that, after implementation of those basic tools, we are now working on automatization of this process. Second opportunity was to learn something new and to modernize our statistical system to improve data transmission process. And it was an opportunity to be part of this SDMX community. I'm SDMX administrator since 2012. So next year it will be 10 years in it. And I have a feeling that we did something good, and we modernize our system, and we will not stop there. And
Great,
for
thank
challenges, first, learning of SDMX standard and mapping data required training, time, and experience. Then at least one IT expert is necessary for implementation and maintaining SDMX within a statistical system. And third, I would say, sometimes when we upgrade new versions, for example, of SDMX reference infrastructure, that requires cooperation with Eurostat SDMX support team. And I have to say that our cooperation really great. It leads us to some new features and developments. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jagoda. I think we can all hear your 10 years experience, and I'm very grateful also for the flowers for the Eurostat team, which I'm happy to pass on to Luca, who is also listening, of course, to this panel. Very good. Right away to Rolando, who now can contrast this a little bit with the ECLAC perspective. Over to you, Rolando, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving us the space to be here. And just before, let me tell you that ECLAC Statistics Divisions has a fully competent staff with the required capabilities and skills that allow us to advance with the implementation of the SDMX in our organization. In fact, we have already implemented in the past, and at the moment, so we are looking forward to the update, especially on the new standard version and good practice in the matter. So because this is very important for us just to give and continue given the capacity training and the technical assistance to the countries in our region, in Latin America and the Caribbean. Still, it's essential to be able to have the documentation, collaboration, and guidance from experts from international organizations in SDMX. So we can recall that in the past, collaboration and guidance from ILO and UNSD for its first implementation was perceived. So we believe that it will be a great opportunity of sustainable cooperation to undertake the update in collaboration with our peers. In addition, I would like to mention that the regional trainings coordinated by ECLAC were possible thanks to the collaboration of several organizations that accompanied us with the substantive tasks related to the contest and application. So we had one training course with Spanish countries, and we have another one that we made it in Trinidad and Tobago with English-speaking countries from our colleagues from the Caribbean. So taking and thinking about the challenges, and with all due respect, I'm going to change to Spanish. I know that it was agreed that to speak in English, but I want to mention a particular issue in Spanish because creo que es importante mencionar los comentarios que nuestros colegas de Cuba hicieron al respecto de tener desarrollos en open source, en datos libres. Nosotros necesitamos para la región, dado que tenemos muchos países en desarrollo en los cuales a veces es muy difícil adquirir la tecnología que el SDMX a veces con la que opera. Entonces, hemos escuchado en las intervenciones anteriores que varias organizaciones como el Banco Mundial, la OCDE y algunos otros invertirán y harán un fondeo.
Who will invest and fund these new versions, and we would expect these to be used for the development of technologies that are open in support of developing countries.
And finally, I just want to go back with you because I think it is important. It was important for me to mention these words in Spanish because we have a lot of necessities in terms of for our countries, and to have these open source developments in particular for SDMX. Thank you, and over to you.
Muchas gracias, Rolando, and also for highlighting the need for the technological developments in collaboration with the World Bank for the developing countries out there. Okay, thank you. Right away now to our final panelist in this first round. Lydia Gonzalez, please. What is the perspective of Costa Rica on all this?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to be part of this panel, important panel. Well, for Costa Rica, the SDMX standard is a very good opportunity to have a mechanism that allow us to establish an institutional mechanism where all projects can have a guide for the dissemination and exchange of statistical data and metadata under the same proposals, so that all external and internal users have the ease of accessing the information published by the NEC in a homogeneous and timely manner. As the governing body of national statistics, INEC could be a pillar for the implementation of the SDMX standard at the national level, where all the institutions generating statistics can present their data under the same procedure for disclosure and access to statistics and their metadata. Also, we really believe that be a part of the SDMX community, it is very important. It is very important because we will be able to access all the updates and developments and be a part of this standard, so we can develop better tools to exchange the data in a better way. For the challenges, we see the main challenge for INEC is to train the institution staff in the understanding and use of the SDMX standard, as well as the use of the tools, the software necessary for its implementation and a technical level in order to acquire the necessary knowledge to developing own components, like software according to institutional needs, or implement the component software offered by the international community, adapting their use to facilitate the achievement of the institutional objective. So the main challenges are, as the other speaker has said, is in the training to use the tools and to update with the new version. So that's what we see this as a great opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lydia. You have already nicely touched upon my next question, which I would also like to ask you to elaborate a little bit further, namely, in your implementation path that you have just outlined, what kind of support would you expect from ECLAC as your regional organization in very concrete terms, please?
For me?
I'd first like to ask Lydia to elaborate a little bit further. You have touched upon already the main areas, but perhaps you can elaborate a little bit more also for your audience to really understand from the national perspective what is needed in concrete terms, please.
Okay, well, what we see is that we need training and on the use of all the tools that the software has, so to develop and use the software, and also have training to develop our own components. So we can, according to the institutional needs, we can use the software and to apply and adapt the software for our own needs. We need that kind of training. We also see that we need a strategy supporting the development of the training, as we said, in the use and implementation of the standards. So that is very important for the people that are working with it, and to use all the to exploit for this all the components that the software offers. So basically, we need to train the institutional staff to be more aware of all the components that the software has.
Thank you very much, Lydia. I'm very grateful in particular for your last sentence, because we heard many times over the previous days the risk of reinventing the wheel by developing the own components. And I'm very grateful that you just built the bridge to actually looking first what is out there. So Rolando, responsible for helping the region, what training or support is and will become available in the area of Latin America and the Caribbean? And do you identify any gaps with regard to what would you like to offer compared to what is available from the SDMX developers community? Rolando, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Martina. First, let me tell you that the Regional Commission's fundamental role, its general vision, is to have a close and permanent contact with the member states. And from this perspective, it is in a privileged position to take action on all matters related with official statistics. And in this sense, the SDMX is not an exception. So, and from our statistics division, in our internal work plan, we are focused on the actions prioritized by countries regarding the Statistical Conference of the Americas. Once again, this position put us in a condition to propose lines of actions and lines of work that support and complement global initiatives in synergy. For instance, let me give you some of them. To address issues related to data science and engineering at the Statistical Conference of the Americas, in particular, SDMX standards, in order to give greater visibility to the need to advance in the implementation of the standard in our region, seeking for resources that facilitate the sustainability of training and technical assistance actions. To advance in the elaboration of the context diagnosis of the countries in our region and the implementation of the SDMX, assigned resources, need for the technical assistance, and possibilities of defining an action plan considering common starting point. To promote technical assistance and capacity building for the adoption of the SDMX in the region, with emphasis on some specific issues where there could be greater development in the countries of the region, such as national account, for example. So this capacity building task should be in complete synergy and with the support of the expert bodies such as ILO, the IMF, the United States, the UNSD, Eurostat, World Bank, and the OECD, as they are the ones that are leading this process in the globe. And to have incorporating other members and organizations of the international community of developers of the standard that could give us a better overview. However, it should take into consideration the horizontal cooperation between countries who are leading the way of these issues and have already collaborated in previous activities in Latin America and the Caribbean, such as Italy, the ISTAT, and of course, our colleagues from INEGI in Mexico. The implementation of open repositories for the countries of the region with documentation, good practices, implementation examples in pre-selected areas and application tools in Spanish. This is very important. We have to translate most of the documents to Spanish just to be, the countries could be able to use them and to apply in a better position for these issues. And in this, INEGI is taking a very important role in our country and of course some other countries. And to propose finally, to propose a preliminary limited set of pilot countries who express interest in defining proofs of concepts for the integration of national data with databases and regional platforms such as ours, Palestat, through SDMX, with the aim of automated interoperability processes and data transfer, reducing manual work. These countries could be the ones that have already taken some steps in the matter, as we mentioned now from the case of Costa Rica, which is with us in this panel. I just want to take quickly, rapidly, the opportunity to mention, Martina, that next 15th of October, next month, so we are going to have the launch of our new platform of Palestat that is going to be a global launch, and that includes a job portal that where you are going to be able to visualize all the statistics information with in a geospatial manner, and adding geospatial layers in the process that could give and very important visualization for the countries. And Palestat, as you know, incorporates all the statistics information from Latin America and the Caribbean, and of course applying all these techniques that we are going to apply and incorporate through the new version of the SDMX in our platform, Palestat. Thank you, and over to you, Martina. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rolando. So all eyes to ECLAT on the 15th of October. I'd now like to ask Natalia to come in on the same issue. I mean, as the deputy for the Eurasian region, how do you see this in your region? Do you think the needs are similar? Do you have other gaps? Any lessons learned from your perspective, please?
Yeah, thank you, Martina, for the question. Yes, so we also highly appreciate SDMX developers community for all educational materials provided on the SDMX community website. We're also grateful for the SDMX Global Conference Organizing Committee for conducting training sessions the week before the conference and for uploading all videos and presentations for it. Thanks a lot, it's very helpful. We carefully study all the available online materials, but only printed materials do not answer all the questions that arise during the reading, and especially do not give us a detailed plan how to launch the implementation of the SDMX step by step, how effectively use all available IT tools for SDMX. I would say from scratch, if the organization has recently begun to deal with this issue. Our member states, some national statistical offices and national banks have already some experience in providing data via SDMX to some international organizations, but receiving data via SDMX is a completely different story. That's why we requested assistance of international SDMX experts who have already performed brilliantly at this SDMX Global Conference. We are very grateful to the UNSD and personally to Abdullah Ghazalov, who regularly hold consultations with us and answers all our questions. For example, how to develop data structure definitions for domains for which there are no global DSD publicly available, such as population, migration, tourism, agriculture, and so on. Moreover, 2 months ago, we launched a range of training courses and workshops for the effective implementation of SDMX in the Eurasian Economic Region. In August, Abdullah conducted a training course, data modeling using SDMX for our region. We invited statisticians from national statistical offices and of our member states, national banks, ministries of finance, customs services, and many others to participate in this course. We also involved all our staff of our statistics department. The training course was conducted on the examples of our indicators from our questionnaires. Each lesson accompanied by home task followed by discussion of the results as the next lesson for better understanding. And what is very valuable for us, the training course was in Russian language. So after training, we received a lot of positive feedback. Nevertheless, there were some difficulties. For example, the different time zones and different knowledge level of the participant. Participant requested to spend more time on certain issues, etc. But we're not going to stop there. This is just the beginning. In 3 weeks, we are having in Moscow a workshop expanding the use of digital technologies in the Eurasian Economic Union statistics, which will focus on SDMX implementation in our region. We invited some international SDMX experts to our discussion and for consultations. And fortunately, everyone agreed to take part. Therefore, we are looking forward to this workshop. In addition, perhaps in late autumn, Abdullah promised to conduct more training courses with us, and we are preparing questions for him. To conclude, I want to once again to thank organizing committee for this perfect conference training sessions, and I hope that next time on the next SDMX Global Conference, the Eurasian Economic Commission and very desirable, our member states will be able to present their results on the implementation of the SDMX in the Eurasian Economic Union region. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Natalia, and also for this very positive outlook. I think it has been mentioned already, but just to make sure, all the training sessions have been recorded for reuse. So I think this is also a good opportunity, although they are obviously not in Russian language. And I think we all had, at least as myself, those of us who are working mainly in one region and traveling in one region, a crash course now in the various time zones through this conference. So I think this is for all of us a learning curve, but note taking of the difficulties that you encountered. If you allow, I'd now like to zoom in a little bit more on specific national experiences and like to invite Jagoda to share with us a little bit against the background of the great strides that the Office of Serbia made in the adoption of SDMX in recent years. What is your experience? What approach concretely did you take to build up your organization's SDMX capacity, which I understand stretches across the whole country? And are there any unfulfilled capacity building needs that you'd like the statistical and international community to address? Jagoda, please.
Thank you, Martina. Well, we saw in these last 4 days, there are several different ways in the implementation of SDMX. So we selected one way which was most convenient for us. So how we did it? First step was analysis of user needs. We analyzed what for we need SDMX. It was for statisticians, and the SDMX reference infrastructure was the most convenient solution within the data transmission, data dissemination system and data transmission. So after analysis, it was necessary to go to training. So training IT staff and the implementation in the source environment. Eurostat is organizing every year under the ESTP training program. That's annual program. They are having a basic and used to have advanced training on implementation of SDMX, and we went through that, and that was in 2012 that I started. So after that training, we tried to implement all that knowledge in the source environment. Later, we, as a candidate country, got the opportunity to participate in the IPA programs, projects. First big project was National IPA 2012. And within this project, we upgraded our dissemination database. We got a new website. It was IPA 2012, but we were a little bit late with the project. It actually happened in 2016. And there we got the opportunity for international cooperation. We cooperate with ISTAT and Francesco Rizzo. 2 days ago, he mentioned that cooperation in his presentation. So we organized training for statisticians to explain to them what is SDMX and how we can using. And since then, we participate in a different IPA project, upgrading our reference metadata system. So now we are continuously increasing the list of our data sets and metadata flows for data and metadata exchange in SDMX according to our action plan. So that was our approach. Now we're working continuously on this, and that led us to the second part of the question. Are there any unfulfilled capacity buildings needs to be addressed to the international communities? Of course, when you do this for a bit longer, for a few years, it's normal to face some challenges, obstacles, but we also come up to some new ideas. So we always need new DSDs for our data sets for data transmission. Then for statisticians, it would be good to promote SDMX to statisticians and pointed its importance in data transmissions. It is not enough just for IT staff to know what is SDMX. It's very important for statisticians too. Then to work on a validation process. I don't think we mentioned here convalence truval services, which is used in Eurostat for validation. It happens sometimes that we have DSD and we can prepare data set, but validation is not enabled for SDMX format. And fourth, I would say that we had issues with microdata because SDMX 2.1 version was not enough. It cannot meet the needs. So I hope that this SDMX 3.0 version will overcome obstacles and extend the usage of SDMX. That would be it.
Thank you very much, Jagoda, for sharing this experience and also pointing out what next steps could be. And I'm also confident that with the 3.0 standard, this will be largely facilitated. Skander, as the last but not least in our second round, do you have similar experience or a completely different one? And what is your organization's main priority right now for the implementation of SDMX? Please.
Thank you. So dealing with the capacity building concerns, of course, my colleagues at the statistics department at the central bank, but also at the ENS, Ministry of Finance, are participating to the international joint action groups, expert groups, conferences, training on SDMX. But I would like to share our experience, which is somewhere different from the previous shared experience. As we said, we requested the technical assistance from the IMF to support us in the implementation of SDMX for this national page dissemination. I think that the IMF technical assistance design for the Central Bank of Tunisia in this field was original, progressive, and let's say tailor-made, or so extremely adapted to our specific needs. Indeed, our request to the IMF was to support, to design an appropriate technical assistance in order to carry out this Go SDMX project, taking into account the lack of internal capacities and the objective of improving the dissemination of data of the national page under the SDGs, of course. Even the fact to manage 3 different institutions with heterogeneous IT systems and statistical constraints. Then we planned with the IMF experts the case steps to migrate to this entire national page to SDMX. So firstly, with the experts, with the IMF experts, they provided the SDMX training workshops to the Central Bank of Tunisia staff. Currently, we are planning other workshops to Ministry of Finance and DNS working on the SDDS data categories. Secondly, we prepared with the IMF experts also together a draft national page. We defined roles and responsibilities for the 3 agencies in maintaining this new national page. As a result, the technical assistance mission produced a data responsibility table for different data categories. Thirdly, for some SDMX files also were created to include country-specific concepts. Then we converted the extensive time series into SDMX, expanding the conversion of national page to a fully SDMX format. Some example of this conversion for some, for example, for some daily data categories, the experts with our staff created Excel files that we can use to disseminate the national page in an SDMX format. For another category, which the reserve template, we call it the SDDS. The SDMX link was created as a proof of concept during an on-site mission. And this was a very good exercise to maintain our staff familiarity with conversion tools. Actually, we are planning also to an additional IMF mission to assist Minister of Finance and the ENS implement SDMX for their data series. Of course, this national page is an exercise because transition to SDMX is a priority for the Central Bank of Tunisia and for Tunisia because it will improve our transparency in data dissemination, especially as you know, Tunisia was the first Arab country and the second in Africa, which has subscribed to this SDDS standard. So we need to improve our transparency on this field. It's true that we have made good progress, but we need to put more efforts into finalizing our project and have a fully SDMX page under the SDDS. And more than the national page dissemination concerns, we are also working on other strategic projects at the Central Bank of Tunisia. For instance, migration to 6th edition of the balance of payment manual in order to converge towards international standards for data compilation, which is one of our 12 strategic objectives at the Central Bank in the strategic plan. So for this reason, I highlight the importance of the IMF technical assistance and the capacity building in this field. I think we have done a good job with the IMF technical assistant mission. I see this opportunity to thank the IMF statistics department and the technical assistant mission, especially Mr. Brett. I say hello to him and I thank him. I see him connected in this conference for all the efforts made to help us in each steps to move to an SDMX national page and to resolve many other problems. We hope to continue this technical assistance with two other institutions, and to complete the necessary steps to achieve a full national page under the SDMX technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Skandar. And with this, we have reached the end of our closing panel. And I would like to thank you all for sharing your experience at the national level and at the regional level, and for keeping the time. Looking at the watch, we have just hit it for 1 hour. So thank you very much for your disciplined replies. What we have heard, I think, has covered a wide range of issues at the national level, ranging from technical to governance issues to language things and so on, but also a great plea to continue the multilateralism in fostering and sharing our experiences and trainings across the world. So I think we are on a good path here, and happy to continue along this path together with the other sponsor organizations. And it's actually very good to hear that this is valued and will take us further in the next decade with 3.0 and on. With this, I'd like to close this panel again by thanking you all, and also thanking all the participants for staying with us during this hour, and hand over now to Emanuele Baldacci, who is the Eurostat Director for Resources. Thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you, Martina, and thanks to all the panelists for this very interesting exchange. So my job is a very interesting one, because I will have to wrap up this 4 days of very intensive discussions, and I will try to do this using very little of your time, because you had several interactions already in the last 4 days. But let me just briefly look back at the organization of this conference. On the last, during the last 4 days, there was a lot going on. There was more than thousands registered participants that interacted during the conferences or took part to the different training sessions. And this is a first. We never had so many people that were actively involved in the global conference. It was also a first because it was a conference that was held in the last 4 days completely online. This is due to the pandemic, but it was a challenge, and I think that the result of this challenge are positive, as we have been able to conduct the exchanges and studies in the way that were needed. It was also a first in terms of the bilingual support and the interpretation. The conference was streaming the content both in English and Spanish, and most of the training sessions were also bilingual. So many thanks to those who worked to make this happen, and also to the interpreters who were helping us reach out to more global communities and make this conference truly global. Obviously, the conference would not have been successful as it has been without the contribution of the over 60 speakers and panelists and all the chairs who have spent time and dedicated resources to make sure that we had fruitful discussions. And the last thank you note goes to the two organizations that have been putting together their forces to steer the logistics and the setup of this virtual conference in EGI and the IMF and the colleagues that have been working behind to make sure that we were successful. Before we close, let me just cover a couple of points that I think are important as we look forward into the implementation of all the interesting experiences that we have been sharing. First of all, as the last panel was reminding us, there is a new standard now that we have just released, the SDMX 3.0. Potentially, this is a game changer. It allows us to cover areas that were not covered by the previous standard. And this means, in particular, moving into the use of SDMX for microdata and also for geospatial data. And this is particularly welcome as it covers the need to integrate different types of data more and more to make sure that we can respond more proactively to policy needs and user needs. Now, obviously, with responsibility, with innovation, let's say, and progress comes also responsibility. And the responsibility for all of us is to make sure that the new standard is implemented, that we are investing in the tools that will allow the users of SDMX to implement it in a way that doesn't cause disruption and ensures interoperability among the different platforms and technical systems that are supporting different activities. There is a clear trend towards more open source, more interoperable by design technologies, and I've seen some examples during the conference, so I feel quite encouraged that we can quickly set up the toolbox to make sure that SDMX 3.0 is implemented and fully made to be used. The second takeaway for me is that this conference was really global in the sense that there were more and more national and international experiences of the use of SDMX that shows that SDMX have been adopted for different purposes. The original purpose is obviously to make sure that we can exchange and reuse data, but at the same time, there were also several experiences that were showing how SDMX can be a pillar in the end-to-end data and metadata management, or for data warehousing or data validation, just to mention a few examples that were made by some of the colleagues in the last panel, for example. So this is quite important, again, because it's a key enabler of the modernization of the statistical production system and goes beyond the important possibility of exchanging data, and gives also an opportunity to look inside our organizations and use increasingly SDMX as a way to automatize, industrialize, make our processes smarter. I'm also very happy that in continuation with previous experiences of the global conference, the private sector took an important role. We need alliances with the private sector. We need partnerships to develop the capabilities that are needed for the implementation of SDMX. So it is very welcoming and positive that many private sector representatives were with us during these last 4 days to share their views about how to develop the systems and services that will support the implementation of SDMX. The sponsors organization in January have released the SDMX 2025 roadmap. If some of you is not familiar with this document, I would invite you to go on the SDMX website and look it up, because it is an important roadmap at strategic level. It shows where we want to go and also how we are going to contribute to these efforts. And it is also an opportunity for any one of us as a champion and an ambassador of SDMX to chip in and provide a contribution in terms of speeding up the implementation and the application of this roadmap. So it's a very strong invitation to all of you to familiarize yourself with these plans and make sure you know what's coming and how you could contribute even further. The last panel touched on the capacity building. Without the ability of colleagues in our organization to use fully SDMX, and this is not just about using IT tools, we will not make the progress that we want in terms of making and harnessing the power of the SDMX capabilities for the work we are doing. So the sponsors are very much committed to continuing to invest in capacity building, but peer-to-peer support is also very effective, as some of the examples that were used in the last panel and during the conference have highlighted and clearly shown. So if you want to keep in touch, and I would really invite you to do so, make sure that you follow the developments on the conference website, because you will see that the recording of the various sessions will be available soon there, and the presentations have been already uploaded. You will also find the training sessions and all the other materials that were used during the conference. You see also on screen some contacts that can be used to follow the work of the SDMX community, including if you follow the social media accounts on Twitter and LinkedIn, and you will make sure that you are informed about the most recent news. So in conclusion, this Data Without Barriers conference truly showed that we can reach out to each other, build a community that can make a difference and progress in the implementation of SDMX. SDMX is as healthy as it gets. I started working with this community several years ago. Then I moved to a different type of work. Now I'm very happy to have been going back to statistics again and to see how much progress has been made in the last year. So it's a responsibility now for all of us to keep up with this progress and make sure that the implementation and the capacity building, the investment in the tools follows up and makes the new standard even more used than before. And with that, on behalf of the sponsors organization, I would again like to thank everyone, the organizers, the participants, the people who were in the background, making sure that everything worked, because this has been really a great success. And I would like to really invite you to follow the work of the SDMX community, and hope to see you again in the future in the various SDMX events, hoping that the next global conference in 2 years from now will be allowing us also to meet face-to-face again. So enjoy the rest of the day or the rest of the night, depending on which part of the world you are. And thank you very much for your participation. Goodbye.